And the unforgettable, the future speaker, all of the participants and committees whom I proud of. All praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world, the King of the King, who makes everything in the universe, who has given us the mercies and blessing until we can be together in His place. And don't forget praying and greeting. We send to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the path of light. I'd like to extend our warmest welcome to all participants of International Undergraduate Conference on English Education 2022, or IUCEE. And hopefully, every participant will have an interesting experience for creating new knowledge from all speakers and friendship and have glad memories. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of those. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of those who support our conference. Director of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, our honorable keynote, plenary, panel speakers, all of the facilitators, and all of the participants. I wish you have a pleasant and fruitful discussion during the conference, new insight, and broader networking. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your speech, Sister Hoironisa Fauzia. The next speech will be delivered by Dr. Dodi Hartanto, MPD, as the Vice Dean of Teacher Training and Education Faculty from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For Dr. Dodi Hartanto, MPD, time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. The Honorable Dr. Muklas MT as a Chancellor or Rector of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, and our beloved Vice Rector Mr. Rusdi Umar PhD, the Honorable Speaker Associate Professor Dr. Nur Raha Muhammad Razwan from University Malaysia Pahang, Dr. Joy Balatayo from Capiz State University Philippines, Jessica Vega from Universidad Adventista de Chile, South America, and also Dr. Ani Susanti, MPD from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin, praise to be Allah who has given us His blessing so that we can meet this morning virtually in good condition. Salawat and salam may also deliver to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us from the dark age into bright days. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Let me begin by giving a warm welcome to you all. I would like to express my appreciation to speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Nur Raha Muhammad Razwan from University Malaysia Pahang, Dr. Joy Balatayo from Capiz State University Philippines, Jessica Vega from Universidad Adventista de Chile, South America, and Dr. Ani Susanti from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. We are learning a lot from you all. I would like to express my gratitude to the co-hosts, Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka Jakarta, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Universitas Muhammadiyah Cirebon, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Universitas Muhammadiyah Lampung, and also Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong. We could not make it without you. I also wish to thank to the committee who have organized this wonderful event. In today's seminar, entitled The Next EFL Education, Opportunities and Challenge, we are identifying the obstacle and change and the challenge of the current condition. We can see that the pandemic has impacted all aspects of human life, including education. COVID-19 pandemic has driven radical change in university operation, teaching, learning, and also management. Educational policymaker, institution, educator, and student have explored alternative ways to operate in the COVID-19 impacted new normal world. Although most higher education institutions have adjusted to the new norm and resumed their daily activities. And also, challenge caused by the pandemic remain and the psychological, social, economic, political, and health impacts of the global health crisis provide us critical moment to rethink the management of higher education. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know how education system is being changed with advancement of emerging technology in post-pandemic situation. The future teacher, future learner, and future classroom will be totally different. As teacher, we are not only focusing on the student academic achievement. More than that, a teacher also need to take into account the emotional and psychological aspect of the student. Because learning can be anywhere, and the resource of learning is everywhere. The teacher does not only teach what to learn to the student, but also how to learn. Teachers should train the student how to solve the problem in the future. Well, I do not want to take too much of your time. I hope that this event will help us to improve our insight in terms of opportunities and challenge for the next EFL educator. Now, I need to hand over to the event of the MC. I would like to say once more on behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, welcome and have a wonderful seminar. It is great to meet you here. Finally, please apologize for all of my misconduct. Nun wal kolami wa mayasturun, wabashiril mu'minin, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the great welcome speech, Dr. Dodi. All right, distinguished guests, the next speech will be delivered by the Head of English Education Study Program of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For Dr. Ani Susanti, MPDBI, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. The honorable invited speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Nuraha Razwan from University of Malaysia, Pahang. Thank you so much for attending this opening. And Dr. Joy Balatayo from Capiz State University, Philippines. Jessica Vega, MA TESOL from Universidad Adventista de Chile, South America. Thank you. I know that it's already night there. Dr. Dodi Hartanto, MPD, Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Dr. Rusdi Umar, PhD, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. And the Head of English Education Study Program for all co-hosts. Thank you very much for the Head of Education Study Program of Universitas Muhammadiyah Lampung, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mataram, Universitas Muhammadiyah Hamka, Universitas Muhammadiyah Cirebon, Universitas Muhammadiyah Sorong, Universitas Muhammadiyah Bangka Belitung, Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto, all panel speakers from respective universities, all moderators, facilitators, invited guests, and all committee, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, for blessing us with the opportunity to hold this International Undergraduate Conference on English Education. This is our first conference on undergraduate students for undergraduate students. I'd like also to express my gratitude to all the invited speakers and presenters for meeting together to discuss on our theme, the next EFL educators, opportunities and challenges. And it's my privilege and an honor for me to greet and address you all in this opening ceremony. And especially for the co-hosts, thank you so much for the collaborations to hold this conference. Together, we share our responsibility to support and prepare better future educators by exposing and providing experience for possible continuous professional development. IUCEE is mainly designed for undergraduate students to offer them with learning experience to share their knowledge, their ideas and practices so far, as well as to promote networking and collaborations among wider community. This conference will address a wide range of topics related to EFL learning and teaching. I believe that this conference will contribute to the advancements of new teaching and learning strategies and perspectives on future EFL educations, as well as spirit to learn and grow professionally for pre-service teachers. Around 200 plus participants and from 7 countries join this conference. Hopefully each of you will find topics of interest and will share meaningful talks during the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of English Education Department of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, I'm pleased with the support from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan to make this conference possible. Support from the co-host and again for this is special. I would like to appreciate and thank you to all the IUCEE committee for working hard and so smartly, despite that the fact that we are having a difficult time due to the spread of COVID-19. This conference is made by undergraduate students from undergraduate students to undergraduate students. Much appreciation for that. Last but not least, I congratulate for you all on your effort and active engagement and participations. I hope you all success and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the nice speech, Miss Ani. All right, the last speech will be given by Rusdi Umar ST MT PhD as the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. For Rusdi Umar ST MT PhD, time is yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
On behalf of Ahmad Dahlan University, I would like to welcome everyone to today's International Undergraduate Conference on English Education under the theme, The Next EFL Educators, Opportunities and Challenges. First, allow me to acknowledge the keynote speakers for today's conference, Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Raha Razwan of the University Malaysia, Pahang, Malaysia. Dr. Joe Batalayo of Capiz State University, Philippines. Jessica Vega M.A. Tisol of Universidad Adventista de Chile, South America, and Dr. Ani Susanti MPD BI of Ahmad Dahlan University, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen encouraging sign of the pandemic coming to an end, it is high time that we reflect on our experience and of teaching and learning in the past 2 years. The pandemic has certainly created challenges for teaching and learning that were unprecedented in scope. But at the same time, all across the globe, educators have shown resilience and creativity to help overcome the adverse impact of the pandemic on the way we design teaching and learning. We can now ask ourselves, what have we learned from our experience and what has worked and has not worked? The way we respond to this question may play a crucial role to shape our future direction as educators. As educators, our response to the pandemic illuminates different ways to offer a better experience to our students and population of learners in broader context. Ladies and gentlemen, after all of what we have been through in regard to online teaching and learning during the pandemic, we may have learned that at the end of the day, human connection and interaction have always been at the heart of education. As technology has become a major part of how we communicate and share ideas, educators need to think critically about how to deploy technology in a way that cherishes the primacy of human interaction and connections. This is a major task for all of us in the future in this era of technological disruption. Today's conference has brought everyone together and allows for exchange of ideas, policies, and practices across boundaries. I wish that through this conference, we can address the question of how we can ensure that we use the experience from this past year to think strategically and imaginatively about the transformative opportunities around teaching and learning. I am especially proud and delighted that this conference has been designed to provide undergraduate students with the opportunity to gain invaluable experience of engaging with a wider community of practice. To all undergraduate students at this conference, I would like to say that you are the future educator who will be at the forefront of education in the years to come. I hope you will be able to make the best of this conference to enrich and develop your knowledge and skills. To conclude my speech, I wish to acknowledge the organizing committee, the English Education Study Program of Ahmad Dahlan University, for having put a lot of hard work into making this conference possible. I truly appreciate it. I now declare that International Undergraduate Conference officially open. Nasru minallah wa fathun qarib wa basyiril mu'minin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for the warm speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before entering the main event, let's watch a video appearance from one of the English education students, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Fianti Nada Huwaida. For the operator, time is yours.
Maybe you don't like talking too much about yourself, but you shouldn't tell me that you think about someone else. Drunk in a bar, you maybe just say your car broke down. You follow me now for a couple months, say calling me now. I know you like this. When things don't go your way, you need me to face it. And like me, I did, but I don't know of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where you get the note? Yeah, you could say I miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurt when you brought me forward. You brought me forward. Took a while or something now when I first heard that you move on quicker than I could ever, you know that hurt. Swear far away was send my phone just to see your name. When I know it's there, I don't know really what to say. I know you like this. When things don't go your way, you needed me to face it. And like me, I did, Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where you get that no? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurt when you brought me forward. You brought me forward. Hey, hey. What do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? I never let you have it. What do you think will happen? Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where you get that no? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurt when you brought me forward. You brought me forward. You brought me forward. You brought me forward.
Okay, thank you for the operator. This is really a good video. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the participants, we have come to the main agenda, International Undergraduate Conference on English Education, IUCEE, the next EFL educators, opportunities and challenges. Distinguished guests, we are entering the first session, which is the first plenary session. In this session, we will be guided by Ratih Novitasari MPD as moderator. To Ratih Novitasari MPD, time is yours.
All right, thank you,
Yeah.
Master Ceremony. Hello, hello. Welcome to International Undergraduate Conference. I am super excited to have you here. Excited about the conversation we will get and to have today. My pleasure to be your moderators for this seminar. I am Ratih Novitasari, and on behalf of organizing committee, I would like to extend a very welcome to all of you. We do appreciate you taking time of your busy schedules to join us today. Here with us, we have one amazing scholar who will sharing her research interests with us. When I say amazing, I mean it. What's special about our speaker today is that not only that she is knowledgeable, but also she is an expert in this topic that we are going to discuss today. Therefore, today she will not be sharing not only one presentation, but also two presentations. The first presentation, she will talk about her research, promoting engagement through collaborative learning as a pedagogical experience in the EFL in Chilean classroom. And the second one, in the second presentations, she will share to you how to adapt and adopt her research into your research or based on your need. It will help you to be the next EFL educator. And on the second presentations, she will share the best technique, opportunities, and challenges to help you to go from the good educator become the outstanding educator. Is that right, Jessica?
Hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you. All right, thank you.
All right. So
Okay. Hello. But ladies and gentlemen, hang on. Before the presentation begin, let me inform how the presentation will going on. The first, Jessica will deliver her first presentations about the materials. While listening to her, if you have a question, you may pose it into the chat box. It will be answered on the question and answer sessions. After that, Jessica will be ready with her second presentation. Just be ready because she will give you some short questions during the presentation. And as the last sessions, it will be conclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a massive round of applause to Professor Jessica Fain. Okay. Jessica Fain is a full-time professor at Adventist University of Chile. Currently, she is conducting research at school and tertiary levels. Her research interests focus on informative teaching, language teaching strategy, classroom research, active methodology, and formative assessment. Without further ado, Jessica, it's time for you to share all of the information about your research. Time is you now.
Thank you, Rati, for that great introduction. Hello, everyone there. Hello, Professor Bang Bang. Okay, let me just share my screen so that we can begin with my presentation. Well, as you can see here, by the way, it is kind of dark and that is because it is already night here. So I'll be presenting from home because it's kind of late to be at the university right now.
Yes, it's 11 o'clock, right, Jessica?
Yes.
It's almost midnight.
Yes, but believe me that I'm quite excited. I mean, not just about my presentation, but to share with you. The idea is to interact with you, but just let me, I just want to get to my presentation. I want to have everything set. Rati,
Yes.
can you confirm whether you can hear me well, right?
Yes.
All right, so now let me go here to presentation mode. So first of all, I want to have everything set for you. I might lose the connection at times, all right? But you will just give me one or a couple of seconds.
Okay.
All right, so now hello everybody. I hope that we have many students connected. I think I saw around 200 people connected.
Yes, you're right.
All right, perfect. So, well, let me just, before I jump into my presentation, I would like to introduce, let me just go to the second slide, my workplace. So you have some more details about where I teach. Okay, so you will see. I need to use the pointer. Let me see whether I can find it. Okay, here. You will see this acronym here, UNACH, and this stands for Universidad Adventista de Chile. Okay, or Adventist University of Chile. Well, I have selected some pictures for you to have a look at the campus, the university. Well, maybe in this second picture, you can have let's say a panoramic view of our campus. Okay, so now let me give you some more details about the university. Well, UNACH is a Christian private university. and it's located in the city of Chillán. So for you to have a reference point, Chillán is more or less 5 hours away from the capital. By the way, does anyone know what the capital city of Chile is?
Who knows?
Question for the audience, anyone?
Santiago.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Indeed. So we are 5 hours away, more or less, from the capital city, but towards the south, because maybe you have seen the map of Chile. Chile is a very narrow and long country. So we are located towards the south. Okay, what else? Well, the university basically aims at teaching and promoting values, and it also offers excellence in education, in the academic training of both undergraduate and postgraduate programs. And I work specifically here in undergraduate programs in the Faculty of Education. Okay, and let me go to this part. Well, although Rati has already mentioned it, I will also address it as well. I have, let's say, because I have many details about my study, but I don't want this presentation to be, heavy going. I'm going to, or I have divided the presentation, as Rati mentioned, into 2 parts. Okay, I have also made sure to include, let's say, some questions so that we can interact. I will also be happy to answer all of your questions and read or listen to your comments as well. I don't know whether students can use their microphones, but maybe they can also type, right, Rati?
Yes.
Okay, so let's begin then. So today I'm going to present or share with you a research study that we conducted 2 years ago with a group of pre-service teachers. By the way, I would also like to acknowledge their contribution in the study entitled Promoting Engagement Through Collaborative Learning, a Pedagogical Experience in the EFL Chilean Classroom. And I also have something for the audience, all right? So please stay with me. I have a challenge here. All right. Okay. Students must have challenges, right? Okay.
Yes, you are right.
So this is my challenge. So it's divided into 3 parts. So let's read the first one. In my presentation, okay, I want you to pay attention to certain elements to see whether we can find things in common between the Indonesian and the Chilean EFL context, okay? What is the second part? If possible, I want you to write down, let's say, something new, let's say that you learned here in this presentation, or something interesting, I don't know, maybe a comment or even a question. And thirdly, I want you to identify something you would like to explore in the coming future. All right, so I will leave that there a couple of seconds for you to think about this challenge. And so you have to stay tuned. So let's begin. So let me begin by sharing with you the national orientations for the EFL classroom in the Chilean context. Okay, so first of all, you must know that there is a focus, or let's say the Chilean government encourages teachers to implement active methodologies for English language teaching, first of all, okay? Now, you may ask, okay, yes, I understand that, but what for? So the thing is that the idea is, or our goal is to increase learners' interests towards English language learning. Now, you may say, why? Why you need to increase that interest? Because let me tell you that the maximum number of students in the Chilean EFL classroom is 45 students. 45. Remember to keep in mind the challenge, all right? So to make this contrast with your own context, okay? So we have 45 students per classroom. Now, and that is already a challenge, because you step into a classroom and maybe you will notice that 50% of the students are really interested in learning English. But maybe the other 50% is not really into learning the language. You see, so we have a challenge there. Now, the government also encourages EFL educators to promote interaction, okay? And also to include authentic activities as well as assessment, so that students learn the language meaningfully, okay? So now let me continue and give you a little bit of more context about the high school education, about high school education here in Chile. So I have here a couple of details. Okay, so students begin high school education more or less at the age of 14, okay? So make sure to remember, keep in mind the challenge so that you can make this contrast. Okay, so high school students then begin high school education at the age of 14, and they will undergo 4 years of high school education, 4 years, okay? And let's say the overall aim of let's say the EFL classroom is to use the language, as it says here, in communicative situations. And let me see, what else do we have here? Oh, okay, and the instruction time, okay, goes from 3 to 4 hours a week of English lessons. 3 to 4 hours a week. Okay, now maybe you can already see here a challenge, because we need to attain a communicative competence, but within a limited time. Okay, this is not much. Now let me continue to talk a little bit about the challenges of teachers. Okay. So as you may know, well, teachers are responsible for planning and implementing effective strategies and methods to engage students, at least in the Chilean context. I don't know whether it's the same in the Indonesian context. Maybe we can discuss that later, okay? But this is, let's say, what we must do in the EFL classroom. Now you may say, okay, but that's somehow easy. We have certain training to do so. But let me tell you that here comes the big problem. Okay. However, yes, it looks easy. However, you know that teachers tackle multiple problems on a daily basis. Let's say, first of all, I want to refer here to administrative work. Okay, we have a lot of administrative work, and therefore there is not much time maybe for innovation, for classroom innovation. And we deal with large groups as well. I told you, for us, a large group might be of the maximum of, let's say, 45 students. And what else? Yeah, teachers are, that are constantly addressing the students' needs. All right. So therefore, planning and implementing effective strategies and methods to engage students at the end of the day might become somehow challenging. Okay. So we started our research project with this context in mind. Okay. So we started, let's say, writing down our big ideas that now I'm going to share with you. So what were the ideas? Okay, on the one hand, we knew that we needed to implement, or we needed a focus on student-centeredness, first of all. We also wanted to explore strategies or methods under this big umbrella of the communicative approach. And also we wanted to engage high school learners, and bear in mind that engaging high school learners is not the same as, let's say, as engaging young learners. Okay, at least here in the Chilean context, it's pretty difficult to engage adolescents. See, so this is the context of our research. Therefore, we started studying, investigating, different strategies, different methodologies, until we came across this here. Voila, collaborative learning. All right. So we examine different empirical studies on collaborative learning, and they all addressed, or well, not all maybe, but the majority addressed benefits for students learning. We also knew that I think there is a microphone interfering the conference. Not really sure. I think there is an open microphone, by the way. Okay, so we also wanted to focus on, as I told you before, on engagement. So far we had these two notions. On the one hand, collaborative learning, and on the other hand, engagement. So, and by the way, this is a table that we created for the research project of the, let's say, studies in favor of collaborative learning, and showing the advantages in different areas. But however, I want to draw your attention to the following. Look at the context of implementation for, let's say, a couple of seconds. So almost all, let's say, the levels here, as you can see here, the focus is on higher education. Therefore, the challenge was to implement collaborative learning in high school education. Okay, so that's basically the origin of our research project. Now, bear with me, please, and keep the challenge in mind. The aim of the study and our research questions, this is quite interesting as well. Okay, so as you already know, on the one hand, we wanted to explore collaborative learning on students' engagement, but at the same time, we wanted to describe our experience in this specific context, okay? So we pose two questions. The first one is there a relationship between collaborative learning and students' engagement on the one hand? And the second question is, how does collaborative learning impact learners' engagement? So those were the driving questions of our research project. And because we were dealing with two different, let's say, notions. On the one hand, right, engagement, and on the other hand, collaborative learning, we needed to examine what theory claim about these two aspects. So let me begin with engagement. And I have a question for you all. Is the audience still there, Rati?
Sure,
I hope so.
they are
I
listening
hope so.
to you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so what comes to your mind when you hear, or maybe when you read this word of engagement? What comes to your mind? Think about that for a couple of seconds. Engagement. I would say so far we have a rough idea. Maybe some of you have a more consolidated idea about what engagement is. But let's examine what experts say about the topic, okay? So let me read this quote for you. So engagement is the quality of effort students themselves devote to educationally purposeful activities that contribute directly to desired outcomes. Okay, so there, maybe you can pay attention to some key elements in these definitions. Another definition goes like a broad construct intended to encompass salient academic as well as certain non-academic aspects of the student experience. So maybe here in this definition, we see new elements, okay? And engagement is broader than involvement. Sometimes we use engagement and involvement as synonyms, but attention, because here says engagement is broader than involvement. Why? As it comprises other elements such as feelings, meaning making, and active participation. Okay. Therefore, this broadness in the concept has allowed, let's say, some researchers to dissect the notion of engagement to be more precise. So we're going to find types of engagement. Okay, let me go with the first one. We have behavioral engagement. We can talk about behavioral engagement. We can also talk about emotional engagement. I have highlighted some key words for you to make maybe certain associations with the concept. And 3, cognitive engagement. Okay, fine. Now, let me go to, maybe I'm going too fast. I don't know, but I want to stick to the time as well. Okay, so now let me go to the other notion, that is collaborative learning. Okay, collaborative learning. Question for the audience. Have you experienced collaborative learning? Yes, no, maybe, don't know. All right. Okay, think about it. But so far, I know that we have something in mind when we talk about collaboration. Maybe that is group work or teamwork, right? Well, here we have a definition. Well, collaborative learning is group work, avoiding solo projects to achieve goals of common interest. Okay, and we know that in groups, we will find other elements such as interaction, negotiation, right? In the completion of a specific task. And what else? One more thing about collaborative learning. Well, collaborative learning has an emotional implication that enriches learners' academic life as learners convey, listen, respect different ideas and beliefs. So from this standpoint, it's a quite interesting concept. And of course, at the same time, is a method and is also a strategy for English language learning. All right, question that maybe is just, let's say, arising. Are collaborative learning and cooperative learning the same? What are your guesses? Yes, no, or no? All right.
Want to answer?
Well, keep it in mind. Okay.
Okay.
Keep it in mind. Okay. Let's say on a, let's say, ordinary use or on a regular use, we use these two concepts, let's say, interchangeably, okay, as synonyms, and that is okay. Okay, that's perfect. However, I have to say that the theory highlights a difference, and the difference might be at times might be huge. So let's learn something about this. All right. So let me begin with, I think we have a microphone open. Okay, ready. Because this part is very important. Okay. Let me begin with cooperative learning. So in cooperative learning, students work in groups, but pay attention to this. They work in groups, but arranged by the teacher, who maintains the role of authority and decision-making as students make progress with their work and peers. So cooperative learning maybe is present in Chile almost on a daily basis. It's quite frequent. However, let's examine now what collaborative learning implies. Okay, so in collaborative learning, students work, but look at the difference on their own, finding and building their own learning as the teacher. Look at the role of the teacher, as the teacher monitors and provides feedback on their tasks. So in Chile, it's not really common to find this collaborative learning because you need and you must plan your work ahead. So you cannot really improvise with collaborative learning. All right, otherwise it might fail. Or it would be cooperative learning, but not collaborative learning. All right, Rati. I think I have concluded the first part and I will go back to the challenge. All right, maybe we have some comments from the audience. I would like to see whether let's go with this first point. Is that okay for you?
Okay.
So do we have elements in common if we consider my presentation, or do we have more differences?
Okay.
I don't know whether we have some comments or I don't know, questions about that. I'll be happy to hear whatever you write there.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to Jessica's presentation, now she invites you to give a comment on the first note that pop up in the slide. Maybe you can answer by raising your hands or giving the answer through the chat box. That will be fine.
At least, Rati, we should receive one element in common, or maybe of difference.
Yep. Okay.
Maybe
Who
you
wanna
can address
try?
the number of students, the maximum number of students per classroom,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the
Um,
focus of, yes, please.
Okay, so I think that we have a similar condition here. So the most common one is it also we here have a big classes, and then the cooperative learning dominated the classrooms, and then affective factors also contribute to the teaching and learning process, I think. And we also have demographic aspects in our classroom. So I think those are the similarities from Indonesians to the Chilean EFL context.
Thank you, Rati, for that insight. Thank you very much. All right,
Okay.
let me go now to the second point here. Write down something new or something interesting. Maybe we have a comment for this. It seems that students are a little bit shy, or maybe I was going too fast.
Yep. Do I have another volunteer? What is the new, that something new or interesting that you get from? All right, we have a one response here from from Ikaria. High school start at age 14 and the student learn English in a week 3 or 4 hours.
Thank
She
you, thank
tried
you
to
very much.
answer the same conditions in Indonesian. So yeah, because
Perfect.
the setting is EFLs. Well, I think Jessica, what is something new or interesting that from your presentation, it is that engagement is one of the crucial elements in make our EFL or English classroom successful, I think. What about the others?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Yes. So far we have learned, or we have tackled here two important aspects of English language learning, right? Let's say engagement, as you mentioned it, but we can also refer to the different dimension of engagement, to be more precise, let's say behavioral, emotional, and cognitive engagement. And on the other hand, we also know that from a theoretical point of view, cooperative learning and collaborative learning are not the same. There is a difference there, okay? So we should aim at collaborative learning. Let me go with the final point here. Identify something you would like to explore in the coming future, maybe in one of your research projects with your professors, in the classroom. I don't know, maybe you have some comments in that point.
Okay, yes. I think that's, come on, participants, what is in your mind for in the future? Maybe you want to do this or that related to your research or based on your need. For me, myself, Jessica, I think that's what I will explore since it is a pandemic, COVID-19, all of the teaching and learning process conducted fully online. So I would like to know what technology provide collaborative learnings that support, I mean, that
Okay.
my collaborative learning. So that's my curiosity to know then.
Perfect.
Maybe the other ones to add more idea. Come on, don't be shy.
They're quite shy today with this teacher, maybe this strange teacher from a different context. Okay, I hope you feel comfortable with the presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Rati, I don't know what's I don't know. Should I go on with the second part of the presentation? I don't know about the time. Let me just check as well.
Okay. I think that let's over some questions.
Perfect.
Is it okay? Okay.
In the
All
meantime,
right.
I will just drink some water. So give me
Sure,
just 1
sure,
second.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to Jessica's presentation, you will notice that the settings of her research is the same with us here. It is in EFL settings. Let's take a few minutes. We would love to hear from you. Do you have a questions? Okay. There is a one response from Hasanuddin from Unamin, Jessica, that according to him, homework it is the one of the way how to engage with the students. So the tools is homework, how to engage the student through the online. So by giving the homework, so it means that the teacher try to engage with the students. What do you think about this?
Yes, indeed. This is also a challenge, right? To engage learners. Well, this is happening to me right now. We are here. We are experimenting.
How to engage the audience?
Exactly. How can I engage my audience? Well, first of all, maybe a suggestion. All right, it might be to. Well, you need to draw students' attention. Therefore, you need a lot of maybe mimicry, you need a lot of body language. Also, the idea is to support whatever you are saying with also written information. You also need colors, transitions, maybe in the material, in the resource that you are using. So maybe those can be useful tips at the moment of teaching. Because let's say, let me just give you a clear example that I always mention to my students. When you use, let's say, let's talk about now this resource, the PowerPoint presentation. When you, let's say one of your lessons, you include all the information and you reveal all the information at once, then students will not be able to know where to focus. Okay, so it is always better to reveal information as you are speaking. So maybe that can be a useful tip to really engage our learners through online teaching. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you very much for the tips, Jessica. So it is, I agree with you that we have to pay attention on that ones. Well, you have two questions more.
Sorry, Burati.
Yep.
I have a simple question to Jessica. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Pak Azwar.
Yeah, I'm one of the lecturers in Ahmad Dahlan University. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I know Alexis Sanchez, and then Arturo Vidal, from Chile. Yeah.
Okay, yes,
Okay,
everybody mentions that.
Sanchez in
Thank you.
Inter Milan, Vidal in Juventus, maybe, not more in Juventus. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation this morning in Indonesia. What about in Chile now? in the early morning, maybe, yeah. In
It's
Chile.
almost midnight, I think.
Yeah, almost
Yes,
midnight.
yes, yes. It's
Okay, yeah,
it's
for
twilight. Yeah.
South America. Yeah. Okay, Jessica. Last semester, I taught ESP, English for Specific Purposes, yeah, for my students, yeah, and also curriculum and syllabus design development, yeah, and most the outcomes, yeah, of these classes are kind of projects, yeah, kind of projects. Of course, collaborative or collaborative was very dominant, yeah. But nowadays, yeah, maybe this is because of modern time. Yeah, I mean our generation Z, yeah. There is a tendency, there was a tendency that most students avoided of having collaborative learning. Yeah, they tend, they will tend to do individually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I give you an example. Yes, I divided the students into some groups. Yeah. But finally, when they submitted the project, yeah, so the number of the students in the group was different. Yeah, with what I had divided before. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about in Chile? Yeah. Or were your students still motivated, engaged, yeah, to do to collaborate with other friends? I think that's all.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question and also for the experience, because it happened exactly the same to me. All right. But maybe here I'm going to use a little bit the theory. So whenever we let's say arrange, let's say students, let's say maybe in the remote modality or face-to-face modality, that they just that might be only group work, let's say cooperative learning. However, when we strictly implement collaborative learning methodology, teachers should guide the organization only at first. Later on, maybe it's going to I don't know, to happen instantly. But the idea is to, first of all, to raise awareness on the implications of collaborative learning, to explain, okay, that is relevant for their own learning. And also what it worked for me, you know, is to assign roles. And that is something that we also learned with this experience. You must assign roles. Well, you can assign them, or students by themselves can select their roles. By roles, I mean maybe one student can be, I don't know, can be responsible for writing down, let's say, information. Another student can be the speaker, okay? But the idea is that in collaborative learning, we work with roles. That is crucial for the outcomes. So I encourage you that whenever you, let's say, you want learners to work in groups, you can assign roles, or you can maybe, or students themselves can select their roles. However, I have to say something regarding roles. I always avoid the role of the leader. So no one in my class is the leader, because that might have a negative connotation. As the most important person, they might associate the leader with the most important person. So I normally have the speaker, the organizer, the presenter, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jessica. So here, the main point is giving assignment to to the students' role in the group. So that's fine. Yeah. So no leaders in the group. Yeah. Everybody is the leader. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very
Exactly.
much.
But to,
Yeah.
exactly. But just to conclude, but to assign different roles. For example, speaker, or someone who organizes the material. It can be the investigator. I don't know.
Yeah.
Students can come up with some other ideas as well.
Well, thank you very much, Jessica. Santiago is the companion character, yeah, in The Old Man and the Sea. Yeah, you know The Old Man and the Sea by Ernest Hemingway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santiago as well. Yeah.
Okay. So the
right.
setting
Okay.
is in Chile seas. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah,
All
still
right.
remember. Yeah, thank you, Burati. Yeah, for the time
Okay,
given to
thank
me.
you, Pak Azwar, for the questions. And then Jessica, I think we have, because we run out of time, now you may go to your second presentations. We have 3 questions, then we can keep this question for our last sessions. You may go to the seconds. How the implementations of this, or maybe it is quite interesting for me. I think that how to adapt and adopt your research into our settings. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please listen to Jessica very carefully.
All right, thank you very much. By the way, I'm also going to share my email in case you need some information about the study or the topics I'm covering right now. All right, so let me move to the second part of my presentation. I will just name it as the implementation of the study. So this might be interesting for you because let me just give you this question. Would it be possible to conduct, let's say, our study, the one that I'm presenting now, or a similar one in, let's say, in your own context? So stay with me, let's say, to examine the implementation part. I want you to focus on the research method that we employed, and also I want you to pay attention to the research instruments, okay? So let me go with the method. So we decided to adopt an action research methodology. Okay, it was perfect for us because action research is a type of inquiry that allows teachers to conduct research in the classroom. So it was perfect for us because remember that our researchers, or the researchers in this group, were pre-service teachers. Okay, about to teach or about to be in charge of four class groups for a couple of weeks. Now, about action research, let me read this for you. Teachers become agents of change in their own educational setting in order to advance their practice and improve their students' learning. Okay, so now let me just briefly introduce the group of researchers. So this is a picture of 4 female researchers that were working with me in this project. Okay. So they were more or less in their 20s. They were pre-service teachers by then, but today, thank God, they are beautiful young teachers. Okay, now I would also like in this time to introduce the research side. So the research side was a school located in a rural area, as you can see here. Well, here I just put this picture so that you have an idea of what a Chilean classroom looks like. So the school where we implemented our intervention is located in a rural area in my city, okay, the city of Chillán. And well, the students attending this school are mostly let's say the learners living around the school. And here I have some other details about the research side as well. But focus on the following, the participants of this study. Okay, so we had 132 students, okay, that were that belonged to 4 different class groups. We here in Chile we divided by, let's say, with letters, and they were aged between 15 and 17. All right, they were undergoing the second out of the 4 years of high school education. They were basic users of English. Basic, I mean, they were able to understand and decode messages. However, let's say it was difficult for them to provide a full answer in English. They needed the help of the teacher. The behavior, thank God, was was normal. Okay, it was not bad. And classes of English took place twice a week. One period of 90 minutes and another one of 45 minutes. So this is, let's say, the context of our participants. Now, data collection. So, to address data collection, I need to remind you of the research questions, okay? So I'm just going to show them here. So on the one hand, remember the number of students, 132 students, and we needed to establish, let's say, a contrast of the initial engagement on the one hand, right, before the initial engagement before the intervention. And on the other hand, we needed to write the engagement level after the intervention so that we were able to compare the results. For that, we employed a quantitative technique. Okay, so we used a questionnaire of Likert type. Let me just check the time. Okay, yes, of Likert type. So students had to react to 19 indicators in terms of, let's say, totally agree to totally disagree. Now, take a look at the second question because it's a little bit more complex. Therefore, we use a qualitative technique. In this case, it was unstructured observation. So in every single lesson, we wrote down notes about what was occurring in the classroom in relation to learners' engagement, of course. Let me show you the instruments, okay? So here on the left, you can see that, well, this is only a capture, is not the whole instrument, but you can at least see, you can see it. And this is the observation sheet, okay? By the way, we designed this instrument, okay? We collected around 40 observation sheets. Question, how we analyze this data, right? Okay, here comes the data analysis, all right? So quantitative data, for quantitative data, what? I received some help from a colleague because I'm not really good at maths and at using also statistical programs. So we analyze data using the program SPSS version 23. Okay, to compare, you know, the levels of engagement before and after the intervention. And qualitative data, we decided to categorize our observation comments in relation to what this is. What we did, the different dimensions of engagement. Okay, so remember that before I talked about the different dimensions of engagement addressed by other researchers, right? So we divided, or in fact, we grouped all the data into these dimensions. So let me give you an example. So that I can illustrate this. So we group the data as like this. So on the left here on the table, you can see the comments of the observation sheets. And on the other part, you can see the type of dimension of engagement. All right. Let me continue. We also consider some ethical, considerations for our study. We needed the approval of, let's say, the school, the teacher, also of the school, of parents. Therefore, we elaborated some documents. Let's say, on the one hand, a letter addressed to the parents, and also an informed consent. Now, I have to mention here that these documents were distributed in Spanish to avoid misunderstandings, okay? Now, pay attention to this organizer and bear with me, I'm about to finish, all right? This is the methodological design. So this is the whole summary of our intervention. I'm going to focus on the left, okay, because right here we have two labels, instrument and phases. The intervention was divided into 4 phases, as you can see here. And on the top of this, you can see the instruments that we use, okay, to explore the notion of collaborative learning on students' engagement, okay? Then we have the duration, and the agents. Therefore, this is, maybe you can, let's say, later on in the publication, you will be able to see all these details. So maybe you can do something similar, or even you can apply the same to a similar context, okay? And you can, of course, by the way, qualitative, let's say, research will never be, the same. And that is something quite interesting about research. Okay, now let's talk about our results in terms of, or in relation to the research questions. So what are your let's say, your predictions, your guesses? First, is there a relationship between collaborative learning and students' engagement, but in the Chilean context? Or do you think that engagement didn't, let's say, vary, was always the same? Or maybe decrease, increase? Please give me your comments on that. What do you think?
There is a significant relationship.
Okay, that's your guess. Thank you, Rati. Now, I will keep it in mind. Now, let me just go to the second research question. Now, how does collaborative learning impact learners' engagement? And let's consider the 3 dimensions of engagement, okay? Behavioral, emotional, and cognitive. I'm going to help you here a little bit. Okay, so which one was more predominant? Also, question for the audience. Which type of engagement was more predominant? Behavioral, emotional, or cognitive?
What do you think, Pak Aswar?
There are no right or wrong answers. These are just predictions.
The dominant one, yeah. Emotional, yeah. Emotional.
Okay, you go for it.
engagement.
Okay, you go for it. Emotional, Rati. What's your guess?
Behavioral.
Okay, behavioral. What about the audience?
Okay, audience, come on.
Do we have comments?
Yes.
Cognitive, they say?
Cognitive.
All right. So let's find that out. Okay. So, oh, here I have some comments. I can read some comments. Behavioral. Okay. Let me jump into the following slide. Okay, so first of all, in this this graph illustrates the pre and post tests. Okay, so here on the left, you can see the level of engagement of the pre-test, and indeed, we see quite a difference. Okay, in the post test. And in this other table, well, you can read later this, let's say, more detail and with more time in the publication. So indeed, okay, there is a relationship between collaborative, at least in our context, collaborative learning and learners' engagement. We can definitely see here the increase, right? Now, in terms of qualitative, let me just check the time, okay? In terms of qualitative, the qualitative technique that we use, okay, let me tell you that the most predominant type of engagement in our learners was, I want to create sort of tension here. Okay.
What's that?
Behavioral.
Yeah.
Behavioral. Okay, this was the most predominant type of engagement, followed by emotional. By the way, here I have the kind of examples, by the way, for you. Emotional, and the third place, cognitive engagement. All right. Now, of course, we need some interpretations of these. Okay, so we kind of try to relate the information and provide some interpretations. But you will find, as I told you, more details later on in the publication. Well, here I have some more details about our interpretations of why behavioral first, then emotional, and third, cognitive engagement. But let me stick to the time, please. Well, conclusions.
Sorry, Jessica, you have around 3 minutes left.
Yes, perfect. So our conclusion, yes, our conclusion. So indeed, collaborative work promoted a steady, right, engagement in our 4 class groups of large size, by the way, large size. So our behavioral engagement was notoriously predominant. Okay, what else should I say? Recommendations for pre-service and in-service teachers. Okay, you should plan collaborative work ahead. You cannot improvise with collaborative learning, okay? You should, ideally, assign roles or let learners select them. It is quite important to raise awareness on the importance of collaborative learning. To keep an organized and learning environment. Limitations of my study, or in fact of our study, time, of course. This only happened during 6 weeks. Okay, so we need other studies to explore whether, let's say, engagement would still, maybe will still increase over, let's say, longer period, or maybe will decrease, will be maintained. We don't know. We need more studies about that. And maybe we realized that the observation technique was, let's say, writing down note was not really the best tool to use. Okay, maybe recording would have been much better. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me for almost 1 hour. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, give a massive applause to Jessica's presentations. Very good.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for your very good presentation.
Yeah, I would like to thank you for your presentations. It is a very informative, interesting in presentations, and then I think that's all of the participants get a benefit from your presentations. Now, I think before I close this panel, I would like to take a little bit conclusion from what Jessica has presented. Um, Jessica has shared about her idea in how to promote collaborative learnings. To be the next educators in EFL settings, you or we have a massive opportunity to do our best in teaching and researching, as we do realize there is no best method in teaching. Some strategy maybe work for my classroom, but it not guaranteed that it will be fit with your classrooms. So keep giving a positive attitude to all of the challenges that maybe will be faced in the future, and then keep writing and setting your best practice as your contribution in the body of the knowledge. I think finally that's all about the conclusions today. Thank you one more time for the Jessica as the fabulous speaker, and thank you for all of this participants to be active, uh, engage in the presentations. Okay, one more time give applause, and then thank you again. I will give the time to the master ceremony. See you. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. For the rest of question that haven't answered, I think that Jessica will share her emails to you, so you can address all of the question directly to Jessica. Jessica will be happy to answer all of the questions. Thank you. Go back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Jessica. I really enjoyed your presentation.
I cannot hear your voice, Master Ceremony.
Yeah, please turn on the mic first.
Okay, test. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Ratino Vitasari. And now we would like to show you the certificate of the speaker in the session. For the moderator, time is yours.
One more click, I think.
Double.
Wow, Jessica, you got a certificate. Yay! As the most the outstanding speaker today.
Oh, really? Thank you.
I think that the committee will send also the e-certificates to your emails, so don't worry.
Finally, I won something. Finally, thank you very much.
Alright.
Okay, give applause. So the invited, it means that we mean it to have you here.
Next time. Next time the invitation might be face to face, right? Thank you very much.
Wow.
Okay, thank you for the operator. Thank you for the moderator and also the speakers in the session. So we will move to the next agenda is playing Mars Muhammadiyah. To the operator, time is yours, please.
Ahmad Universitas Ahmad mengemban amanat mulia, siapkan insan cendekiawan, binakan pembaharuan, berilmu dan beramal soleh, berperan dalam membangun umat, Quran dan hadis jadi pedoman. Sivitas akademika mengemban tugas bersama, sing-singkan dengan baju serta masyarakat siap berani. Tunjukkanlah karya dan talantimu, kembangkan teknologi, majulah kau adil demi nusa bangsa, Indonesia sejahtera. Adik Ahmad Universitas Ahmad mengemban amanat mulia, siapkan insan cendekiawan, binakan pembaharuan, berilmu dan beramal soleh, berperan dalam membangun umat, Quran dan hadis jadi pedoman. Sivitas akademika mengemban tugas bersama, sing-singkan dengan baju serta masyarakat siap berani. Tunjukkanlah karya dan talantimu, kembangkan teknologi, majulah kau adil demi nusa bangsa, Indonesia sejahtera.
Okay, thank you for the operator. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we've entered to the second plenary session. In this session, we will be guided by Argi Afriandi SPD as moderator. For Mr. Argi Afriandi SPD, time is yours.
Thank you, Master Ceremony. Can everyone hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Mas Argi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bambang and Pak Asmar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How is everyone doing here? I hope that we are in good condition, right? It seems very interesting in the plenary one. And for this session, I will lead the second plenary. My name is Muhammad Argi Afriandi. I was graduated from Ahmad University, and currently I work as a program development manager at Lingo Talk, an edtech company to provide 10 foreign languages for Indonesian and also for foreigners. So yeah, since most of everyone here is undergraduate student, so I'm going to give a little bit promotion about my company. We have the internship program, and we have also job vacancy. So as the Minister of Education and Culture, Mr. Nadiem Makarim, stated that internship is very essential in this era. So you can find our job vacancy in LinkedIn or another job portal, yeah. And you can learn also about how to create curriculum for teaching languages and also how to evaluate the educator. Okay, so for this second plenary, we have a very interesting speaker, but I just want to share my experience. Yeah. Last night, I text my Malaysian friends about how to pronounce this speaker name because it sounds a bit hard to pronounce it. Yeah, we practice it for around 30 minutes. So I hope that I pronounce it correctly. So we will have Associate Professor Dr. Nuraha Muhammad Razwan. Hi, Dr. Nuraha.
Hi.
Did
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Did I say your name correctly?
Yes, correctly.
Okay.
Thank you,
Great.
Mr. Argi.
Thank you, Dr. Nuraha. Okay, so before I give more explanation about Dr. Nuraha, I will outline this section. Then we will have a presentation from Dr. Nuraha, and after that we will have question and answer session. You can write down all of your question in the chat box, and later we will answer your question. Okay. Now we're talking about Dr. Nuraha. To be honest, when I read all the information about the CV, the presentation abstract, yeah, I feel that we kind of have a connection. I said it as a law of attraction because I have interesting. I have passion about English for specific purpose, and also currently I work at tech company that I think it's very relates to Dr. Nuraha, and yeah. So Dr. Nuraha is currently the coordinator for a master by course, yeah, a master by course with 20 years of experience in teaching. She conducted, she conducted a lot of research in applied linguistics, especially in oral communication and English for specific purpose, also including technology in language and learning, and learning and teaching strategy. Okay, Dr. Nuraha will give a presentation about teaching English to young learners, success, challenges, and future direction. Here, she investigate about the early childhood in Malaysia to learn English, as well as the relation between the educator with the success of the teaching and learning to young learners. And this talk will focus on the success and the problem associated with English to young learners, research and teaching, and focus also to the future. Okay, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nuraha Muhammad Razwan. Please give up applause to her. Time is yours, Dr. Nuraha.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Argi Afriandi. I hope I got your name correctly pronounced.
Yes,
all right.
Correctly.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. Argi, and very good morning to all the plenary speakers, and good evening to Prof. Jessica, and also all the participants. Alhamdulillah. Of course, I would like to say thank you to Allah and also to the committee of IUCEE for inviting me, to share my little experience, little knowledge with all of you. However, since I'm somehow found positive with COVID-19, so I'm not so feeling very well, but Alhamdulillah, I'm getting better. So I have decided to, with permission from Dr. Ani Susanti, that I have done a video recording for my presentation, because I'm afraid that I don't want to continue sneezing in front of you. Yeah. So,
sorry to hear that, Dr. Raha.
Right. And in fact, I have a bad sore throat. But anyway, Alhamdulillah, it's getting better. So first of all, I would like, and another thing is I would like to congratulate the committee, as it was mentioned by Dr. Ani Susanti this morning, that this conference is actually organized by the undergraduate students. Yeah, Alhamdulillah, congratulations. Okay. I think the committee has successfully downloaded my video presentation. So I think Mr. Argi, perhaps the technical committee can start with my video presentation. And then inshallah, if we have enough time, then we can have a kind of question and answer session. And I would also like to hear your own experience, yeah, in the context of teaching English to young learners. Right. Thank you so much. I'll see you after this. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We hope that you will get well soon, yeah, from the recovery.
Thank you.
So for the okay, Miss Nur Fatima is sharing the video, recorded video about
Hi,
presentation.
Assalamualaikum, and very good morning. Thank you to the moderator for the introduction. I'm Noraha Muhammad Radwan from the Center for Modern Languages, University Malaysia Pahang, Malaysia. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Universitas Ahmad Dahlan Indonesia, especially to Dr. Ani Susanti, the head of English Language Education Study Program, for inviting me to be part of this International Undergraduate Conference on English Education IUCEE 2022. I'm really sorry for not being able to be live with all the other respected speakers, presenters, and participants today, as I'm still under quarantine due to COVID-19. Anyway, I'm so excited to share my little knowledge and experience in the topic that I'm going to present today, which is teaching English to young learners, successes, challenges, and future directions. This talk will start with an introduction, followed by a short explanation on English language education in Malaysia, related research, challenges and future directions, and concluding remarks. Let us start with what Nelson Mandela and how he perceives the children of today. The children of today, as mentioned by Nelson Mandela, are the leaders of tomorrow. And education is a very important weapon to prepare children for their future role as leaders of the community. Yes, young children are our future leaders. And in relation to English language competencies, leaders who lack English language competencies and do not have confidence in using and communicating in a language are unable to negotiate what is best for the country and its people in bilateral negotiations. In addition, I would say that mastering the English language is an important foundation in order to be successful and have a professional career. Well, not only in Malaysia, I would say, in Indonesia and in other countries as well, and university graduates are required to be highly competent to survive in a rapidly changing and increasingly globalized world and job market demand. To me, being proficient in English before entering primary school is an important head start for children to be employable graduates. And for being an English language educator and advocate for more than 20 years, I would say the idea of exposing English language to children from birth to 4 years old has really intrigued me. Well, we could see that these formative years, from birth to 8 years old, are considered the critical period during which children's brains learn faster than at any other time of life. As Mystery and So 2020 mentioned that the first 3 years are the best opportunity to teach children a language, as children's minds are known to easily acquire what they heard and learn quickly compared to adults. However, in Malaysia, English exposure is not compulsory to children below 5, leading to this critical period not being fully maximized. To me personally, and from my personal observation and experience in sending my kids to preschools, by saying that preschool educators are mostly secondary school leavers whose English proficiency may be questionable, efforts must be made to improve these preschool educators' level of proficiency so that they are able to communicate with the children effectively. And Alhamdulillah, the effort to develop and enhance these preschool educators' command of the English language is actually highlighted in the English Language Roadmap 2015 to 2025, which was designed and developed by the Malaysian English experts and our English educators. It is very important for Malaysians to understand the establishment of English language education roadmap, which is to improve the standard of teaching and learning of English in Malaysia. And one of the main targets of this English language roadmap is to create high-quality teaching workforce courses whereby teachers will have a platform to improve their proficiency, their knowledge and skills, besides keeping up with advances in the language teaching. Besides that, it also aims to ensure the English language development from preschool to universities and teachers training institutes. Well, this is in line with the upholding the Malay language and strengthening English policy in Malaysia. As the aspiration written in the English language education roadmap starts with children in their preschool years, the competencies of these preschool teachers must be of quality as to provide high-quality English language education. Shown is the level chart in CFR, and as many of us may have known, CFR, or Common European Framework Reference for Languages, has been adopted by many countries, and one of them is Malaysia. So this CFR was formulated in 2001 and designed to establish international standards for foreign language education to cater to the needs of language learners as well as academics and other professions related to assessment, teaching, and learning of languages. CFR describes quite thoroughly what language learners are required to accomplish to communicate using a language. And in reference to the figure shown, language users are clustered into 3 main groups. The proficient users, levels C1 and C2, independent users, levels B1 and B2, and basic users, levels A1 and A2. Detailed descriptors of what learners are able to do are known as the can-do statements, and these can-do statements are available for all 4 different skills, for example, listening, writing, reading, and speaking. In Malaysia, preschool children are targeted to achieve A1, the basic proficiency level, that is in general to be able to communicate in basic English with help from listener. What does the roadmap says about providing firm English foundations to our children? It says that shaky foundations in English will make it difficult for the child to ever develop a high level of competence in English later on, while on the other hand, firm foundations provide the child with the means to achieve excellence. So, being one of the primary providers of input in the system, it is very important for the daycare educators or the preschool educators to be equipped with knowledge and skills before they can help to develop a strong foundation of English language in these young minds of learners. Table 1 shows the can-do statements based on different groups of users. So there are 3 different groups of users. So we have basic user, independent user, and also proficient user. So if you want to know more about these global skills and the can-do statements, you can actually search for CFR companion book published in 2020. Yeah, but what we would like to focus on is on the A1 can-do statement. Yeah, right. What is CFR A1 can-do statement? Can understand and use familiar everyday expressions and very basic phrases aimed at the satisfaction of needs of a concrete type. So the preschool students should be able to also introduce him or herself and others, and can ask and answer questions about personal details such as where he or she lives, people he or she knows, or things he or she has. Another can-do statement for CFR A1 is can interact in a simple way provided the other person talks slowly and clearly and is prepared to help. Well, the can-do statements for A1 sound simple and easy to achieve, right? However, are the preschool students prepared for this? The main point here is that preschool is the foundation for good language exposure and proficiency, right? So what does that signify? Yeah, this signifies that the preschool educators or the early childhood educators have to be proficient in the target language as well, and in this context, the English language. Yeah. So now I'm going to share with you some of the research that my team and I have conducted, in relation to the teaching of English to young learners. Yeah. So we would like to know who are these early childhood educators, who are actually teaching our kids in the preschool. Are they actually proficient in the language? Are they qualified? We would like to know more about them. So these 2 research that we have conducted, try to answer those questions. Yeah. So the first one is FRGS, and the second one is KTP. So what is FRGS? FRGS stands for Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, in which it is an external grant given by our Ministry of Education. So we have received a certain amount of grant by the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia, and the title for the research is developing a CFR-informed English language competency framework for preschool educators in the East Coast Economic Region. Yeah? In which we actually aim to gauge the knowledge attitude, and practices of the preschool educators in teaching English to children at preschool. We have just completed the research, and we are in the midst of analyzing the data and in the midst of preparing journal articles based on the data that we have collected. Yeah, right. So basically, for the purpose of this session, I'll just focus on 2 research questions and their results. Yeah. For those who are interested to know more about this research, you can actually contact me personally through my email that I'll share at the end of my presentation. Yeah. So the first RQ or research question is, what is the attitude among the preschool educators in teaching English as a second language to children at preschool? Yeah. And the second one is, what are the activities and programs that have been implemented by the preschool educators to teach English as a second language to children at preschool? Right. So we call ourselves as the FRGS Kindi team. Yeah. All right. So the research took place in the east coast of Malaysia, okay, which involved the states of Kelantan, Terengganu, and also Pahang. Yeah. So we actually collaborated with the state's early childhood educators associations, known as Pahang, Terengganu, and Kelantan Early Childhood Educators Association. Why these associations? It's because most of the early childhood educators are registered with this association. So, you know, it is much easier when it comes to the process of data collection. Well, here is us in UMP Pekan, all right? And if you have been to Malaysia, so KL is here. We are not so far away from KL. It's just 3 hours of driving, or if you take a flight, it will just take about 45 minutes. Yeah. All right. So our research focuses on the educators who actually take care of children from 1 to 4 years old. Yeah. However, we learn later that most of the educators serve both groups of children. You know, they take care of the children from 1 to 4 years old, and at the same time, they also teach the 5 to 6-year-old children too. Yeah. All right. Basically, the research design, in order to answer the 2 research questions, we actually we adopt quantitative research method, and the instrument that we use is the Early English Beliefs and Confidence Survey Questionnaire, in which we adapted from Chen et al. 2014. Yeah, and there were 2 parts in the survey, in the questionnaire. Right, the first one is the demographic questions, and also the items measuring attitude using beliefs and practice statements, okay, in which those statements are using a 5-point Likert scale, with a value of 5 associated with a strongly agree opinion and a value of 1 for strongly disagree. Okay. For practice is 1 for always and 5 for never. And in terms of the reliability of the questionnaire, so we use the Cronbach alpha test, and the result is 0.9, and I would say that the instrument is highly reliable. Okay, all right. For the survey itself, we actually administered the survey ourselves. Yeah, we actually went to Terengganu and Kelantan, and according to Scarrett and Bogie, they actually listed a lot of quite a number of advantages of administering the questionnaire personally. Yeah, and then that includes um, uh, the ability for us to collect a large number of complete responses from respondents within a short period of time. Okay, and we can also establish a relationship and motivation with the respondents. And if there are any doubts, then we can easily clarify the doubts there and then. Yeah, right. um, right. The total number of participants involved in our FRGS Kindi was 114. Yeah. So if you look at this bar chart, we could see that majority of the teachers, are between 21 to 25 years old. Okay, and the second highest group is those within 26 to 30 years old, right? So what could we say is that the teachers are quite young. Yeah. All right. Based on the teachers' experience, data that we have collected, it was found that many of them, have got their experience from 1 to 3 years. Okay, and majority of them also have got the experience of 4 to 6 years. Yeah. All right. So let us look at the qualification, okay, of these preschool educators. Okay. From the bar chart, it can be summarized that majority of the early childhood educators hold Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia, or SPM. Okay, so what is SPM? So SPM is Malaysian Certificate of Education, okay, in which it is a compulsory national exam taken by all fifth year secondary school students in Malaysia. Yeah, and it is set and examined by the Malaysian Examination Syndicate, or Lembaga Peperiksaan Malaysia, right? And SPM is actually equivalent to O level. Yeah, and it is actually the second last public examination at the secondary school level before the entry into a first bachelor degree course at a university. Yeah, right. Besides SPM holders, yeah, diploma holders also choose to work as early childhood educators. Yeah, so many of diploma holders also work at kindergarten or preschool. Yeah, and then it was followed by the degree holders, but then not many degree holders are working there, I would say. Yeah. Right. If you look at these job vacancies advertisements, yeah, so these are the job advertisements in Malaysia. Yeah, so the requirement to become a private preschool teacher is set as to having Sijil Pelajaran Malaysia, or SPM certificate. Yeah, so that is why we realize that, from the data that we collected, there are many of the preschool educators hold SPM, yeah, the SPM holders. All right. In some cases, there are also some private preschools, which accept penilaian menengah rendah, or PMR candidates to become part of the workforce. Right. If you look at the the requirements, yeah, it is not directed to those who are proficient in English. Okay, but what they highlight, okay, is those who have skillful experience in taking care of children. Okay, if I can translate this into English, for example, so they are looking for ladies, perempuan, suka dan sayang kanak-kanak, love children, okay, berkelulusan SPM, okay, minimum of SPM, okay, or SPM holders, right? So that's for this job advertisement, okay, in which the minimum requirement is SPM or diploma, right? So like White, Fong et al. Mentioned that, a large proportion of private sector preschool teachers in Malaysia are very young, okay? They are underqualified, okay? Inexperienced, see? And they are also underpaid, yeah? All right. So let us look at the findings of our research, yeah? Even though most of the early childhood educators are not English graduates, let us find out, their attitude and the practices, in the teaching of English to these young children. Yeah? Right. What display is the results from section A in the questionnaire on the educators' attitude and beliefs in their ability and knowledge in teaching English to the children, right? So, according to Abdullah and Laji, 2016, beliefs will influence the way a teacher works, thinks, and acts on the environment. Okay, so from the table, it can be concluded that most teachers are not fully confident in their ability, to incorporate English learning into common preschool situations. They are confident, but not fully confident, right? Because if you look at the mean, the highest is 4.05, okay? And actually these are the 5 highest items, okay, in terms of the mean, yeah? We can have a look here at the items one by one, okay? For item A7, for example, with the mean of 4.03, the educators mentioned that they are confident in their ability to plan activities to help children learn English, okay? And then they were also a bit confident, but not fully confident in the knowledge of the best practices and strategies for helping children learn English. Yeah? And in their ability to improve children's English knowledge when they make spontaneous English comments or discoveries. And the last 5, yeah, okay, is that they were confident in knowledge of the best assessment for English proficiency of the children. Right? Right. In terms of the practices or activities conducted, the table shows that the early childhood educators sometimes tell stories in English and read English storybooks to the children. Yeah? If you look at the mean, it's even lower compared to their attitudes and beliefs just now. Yeah. It was also reported that these educators seldomly communicate, yeah, in English with the children when having outdoor activities. In terms of English language mistakes, done by the children, the educators hardly rectify the errors done. So these scenarios are somehow expected as the educators are not trained professionally to be English educators. When we search for related studies on teachers' qualifications and student performance, we found that, Zhu and Gulosino in 2006 rejected, the common practice of using teacher credentials, such as degree levels, okay, or the certificate status, to measure the teacher quality in the context of early childhood education. To them, a good teacher-parent interaction and relationship is a positive determinant of student performance. Yeah. So the behavioral aspects of teaching appear to shape the transformation from a mere qualified teacher into a quality teacher. The behavioral aspects. But later on in 2017, Naya, Hanafi, and Yasin, found that preschool teachers with higher educational qualifications had significantly better classroom practices as compared to teachers with lower educational qualifications. Yeah, right. It is also supported by Sun and Ng, 2021, where they found that the length of time children stayed at school, and the teacher's qualification significantly and positively associated with children's English learning. So if I can relate to the scenario of sending children to kindergarten in Malaysia, usually working parents will actually send the children as early as 7 or 7:30 in the morning, yeah, because the office starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they will only fetch the kids from the kindergarten or the preschool. The earliest is at 5 o'clock. So just imagine how many hours the children will stay at the preschool. It's more than 8 hours. Yeah, right. Rosalie and Radwan in 2020 also found that there was a positive correlation between teachers' confidence in their personal English abilities and also their academic qualification. Yeah? So the issue now is on how relevant language input, given to the children, right? Like what Carol said, that, what is acquired early is acquired early precisely because relevant input is frequent. Yeah. While what is acquired late is acquired late because relevant input is infrequent. Yeah. So basically, who will also mention that the linguistic performance of the bilingual children depends on the amount of input in the language that they receive. Yeah. But I would say the more important point is the quality of the input. It is somehow well known, yeah, that early childhood educators have positive influence on young children during their critical years of development. Yeah. Now the question is, how would our younger generations be truly proficient at English if many of the early childhood educators lack proper qualifications? Right. The second research or program that I would like to share with you is our KTP Kindi. Just now it was FRGS Kindi, and now is KTP Kindi, right? KTP stands for Knowledge Transfer Program, in which it was one of the research grants provided by the Ministry of Education. Yeah. So the title for our KTP Kindy was Professional Development Program for Zone Timur and Zone Barat Preschool Educators of Persatuan Pengasuh Negeri Pahang, Communication English and Effective Storytelling Techniques. If I can translate it into English, it is actually the development program for the East Zone and the West Zone for the Pahang early childhood educators. Yeah, so this was conducted in 2015 to 2018. Right, our community partner for this program was actually the Pahang Early Childhood Educators Association. All right, under this association, there were like 600 early childhood educators registered with this association. Yeah, and for this program, only 30 participants can actually, or 30 early childhood educators can actually join the program. That is due to the limited budget that we receive from the ministry. Right. In the program, we actually develop, okay, the English language of the early childhood educators. Yeah. So we actually develop modules, okay, as what we call as Kindy Talk. Yeah. So there are 4 different objectives of Kindy Talk. The first one is to strengthen the English language skills, to advocate the knowledge of English language and storytelling techniques in English language, to enhance individuals' confidence in using English language in daily communication, and to also introduce and instill the values of heart intelligence among the participants. So these are the training modules, okay, that we use in the program, yeah, okay, in which we focus on the communication skills and also effective storytelling techniques. And in the middle, we inculcate heart intelligence. If you want to know more about heart intelligence, you can contact me personally, okay? And we also include tahali in the storytelling techniques. Yeah, right. So these are the workshops, some of the workshops, yeah, that we have conducted after our KTP program. So these are the workshops that use our Kindy Talk modules, right? So we had training with stay-at-home mom at PPR Lembah Subang in Selangor, and then we had this Kindy Talk English for STEM, and we also did workshop on using technology for online teaching, focusing on teaching English to the children. Yeah, so these are some of the workshops that we have conducted with the early childhood educators around Pahang, Terengganu, and also Kelantan. Okay, and when we had the online workshop, we also received attendees from all around Malaysia. Alhamdulillah. Another question that I want to pose here to you is that, how many English language graduates or practitioners are keen and willing to teach young children at preschool level when many view children as harder to handle? Let's look at the challenges and future directions. of teaching English to young learners. Right, so this morning we will only cover 4 different challenges and what bet for us in the future in ensuring quality English education at preschool level. If you look at these 4 elements, all right, the first one is English language policy, income or payment or salary. The third one is business owners or preschool operators. And the last one is the challenge in terms of English graduates readiness. Right. By looking at these challenges, we could see that 3 elements are not within our control, okay? Which are English language policy, income, and also business owners. What is it that is still, I would say, within our control is the English graduates readiness. Well, when we talk about English language policy, for one country to establish a policy, it will take a very long process and it involves years. So what would happen to our younger generation's future? In this context, the English language competency. Are we willing to see our future generation left behind or less competitive due to their poor English competency? Right. For business owners, for example, or preschool operators, we also do not have control, on their rules or policies in the preschool if we are the workers. Okay. Perhaps there may be some ways that we can persuade the preschool operators to introduce English or to use English with the children at the preschool. But it depends on many factors. Yeah. When it comes to the income or salary of the early childhood educators, okay, there's also, I would say, a challenge for the graduates to work at preschool. As reported, many early childhood educators are underpaid. Yeah? So I would say in this aspect, the government should play a role in determining the payment of these early childhood educators based on their credentials or paper qualifications. So what's left is the English graduates' readiness to uphold the quality of English language education among young learners. How many of us, or how many of you are willing to work with children who are known
will take just another few
hard
more
to be
minutes
handled?
for the presentation ends. Is it okay?
Okay. Yes, Dr. Nuraha,
Even
since
though
we have 10 minutes more and we haven't opened the question and answer, I think you can give conclusion for the presentation. Is it okay?
Mr. Argi, there will only be a few more minutes. I would say 2 or 3 more minutes before the video ends. I think we can just
Oh, okay. We can
continue with the-
continue to watch video again. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Thank
many
you.
view children are harder to handle. Nelson Mandela perceived children of today as the lead. Even though many view children are harder to handle, Nelson Mandela perceived children of today as the leaders of tomorrow. And therefore, we, the educators, should provide proper education to these our future leaders. Well, my take-home message would be teaching is a noble profession. What defines an educator is his or her ability to educate students, and in this context, the children, and her ability to have a positive influence on them. Well, generally, the role of an educator in education has gone beyond teaching. Yeah? In today's world, teaching has different phases, and an educator has to carry out the part of being an external parent, counselor, mentor, role model, and the list goes on. So take up the challenge and be the agent of change in the field of teaching English to young. Well, my take-home message would be teaching is a noble profession. What defines an educator is his or her ability to educate students, and in this context, the children, and her ability to have a positive influence on them. Well, generally, the role of an educator in education has gone beyond teaching. Yeah? In today's world, teaching has different phases, and an educator has to carry out the part of being an external parent, counselor, mentor, role model, and the list goes on. So take up the challenge and be the agent of change in the field of teaching English to young learners, and you will be appreciated by the children. And with that, I thank you and have a nice conference. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Nuraha. Believe it or not, I'm struggling to find the right words to properly describe how fantastic your presentation was. Thank you so much for delivering to us such a remarkably outstanding presentation, and I learned a lot about childhood education in Malaysia. And I think that it relates to also in Indonesia, where we have the policy from the government that we didn't provide the English or foreign language course as our mandatory subject. So yeah, I think it can give us more insights about childhood education. Okay. All right. I think we still have a few minutes. Now we open the question and answer session. If anyone wants to ask question, you can please write down here in the chat box. Or is there any raise hand tools here? I guess no. Yeah. Okay. Here. Okay. We have the question from Miss Jessica. Hi, Miss Jessica. Okay, so I read the question, yeah. Miss Jessica, congratulations for the interesting presentation, Professor. Was the workshop that you introduced a measure to support the address teachers lacking qualification to teach English to young learners? If so, are there more workshops or national policy targeting that education issue? I think that Dr. Nuraha can answer the question directly. Please, Dr. Nuraha.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Argi, and thank you to Dr. Jessica for the question. The workshop that we organized specifically for early childhood educators was actually part of their professional development program. Yeah, we actually initiate the workshop or the program as basically, like what I said, is basically based on our own experience, sending kids sending our kids to the private preschools in Malaysia. And when we realized that some of the teachers, were not so proficient in the language, and then we were thinking to ourselves, how could we, the English teachers can help these early childhood educators to improve the English. So, so that is why most of the workshops that we conduct, or the workshop that we conducted, were actually free workshops. And as as it was also mentioned just now, one of the challenges that these early childhood educators face is they are being underpaid. Yeah. So if you were to come up with workshops with high fees, I'm afraid that not many of them can actually join, yeah, and improve the language, because I would say they are the one who actually, are taking care of our children most of the time. Yeah, I would say, since children, they will stay in the preschool for more than 8 hours. So from your own results of your research, yeah, Dr. Jessica, it shows that the behavioral aspect, somehow influence the students' performance, the students' engagement. So behavioral aspect also is very important, that influence our young children. Yeah. So the engagement between the teachers and the children, are very significant, I would say, in the life of the young children. Well, to answer your second question, if so, are there more workshops or national policies targeting the educational issues? National policies regarding, in terms of English language policies, we are referring to our English language roadmap in Malaysia. And like what I said, in our English language roadmap, they only focus on children above 5 years old, in which in our preschool, we do have specific curriculum or syllabus of English for these children, but not children from 1 to 4 years old, in which most of parents send these, young children to daycare also, So in terms of more workshops, I'm not so sure of the workshops prepared by or organized by the ministry, but then we take our own initiative, yeah, because we realize that that is how we can actually contribute to the community, based on the little knowledge that we have, in order to improve the future of our generation, younger generation. I hope I answer your question, Dr. Jessica. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, Dr. Jessica. Oh, all right. You're going to collaborate with short training sessions. Yes, that would be great. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
I think that we can collaborate, Mr. Jessica, also with here in Indonesia, and especially my company. Well, actually in Indonesia, we didn't have the curriculum to teach English for kindergarten and elementary students. So they learned from the course outside of school, or the school have the additional program. So it's become our concern about how can the government or any other institution give the workshop for teaching development. So I think that together we can collaborate, and it will be very good.
Yes. I'm so glad. Yes, Dr. Ani also mentioned here that we can have more collaboration. Yes, definitely, Dr. Ani. Yes, you're most welcome. yeah, inshallah we can collaborate, with Malaysia, Indonesia, and also Chile, Dr. Jessica, inshallah in the future. I would say the collaboration will be very helpful, and I think since we do have some knowledge, yeah, and I would say that is how we actually contribute, yeah, to the community, inshallah. Right.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jessica and Dr. Nur for question and answer. Does anyone have any question? I think that part will be late from Brandon for a few minutes to answer a question. Okay, if not, then we'll continue to the next session. Okay, Dr. Nuraha, do you have any words to give you as the last word to say, or anything that you would like to highlight before ending this session?
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Argi. Okay. I would like to say thank you to everyone for listening to my presentation, and I'm so sorry for, if there are any mistakes or any errors in my presentation. But what I'm trying to share with everyone is my little knowledge and experience of the importance of quality teaching, quality English teaching to our young learners, because we believe that the young learners, their brains are like sponge, yeah. So that is when they actually acquire the language very well. So that is why the quality input is very important. So I would highly suggest that those our undergraduates, yeah, of UAD, if you are I would say good, or you like children, in which it is part of the requirements to become an English language, the early childhood educators, you can actually get involved in this early childhood education, specifically in English teaching. Yeah. All right. So I think that's it from me. Thank you so much, Mr. Argi. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Nur. Here I would like to highlight at some point of Dr. Nur's presentation that young learner is very essential in the foundation of the education, and it will give the result in the adulthood, and also the teacher or educator quality, and the relationship between parent and teacher also significant. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nuraha, for the outstanding presentation. Hopefully that we can use what we get here to implement it in our job or our work. Yeah. Okay, I think that it's time to give it back to the Master of Ceremony. If you have any question, I think that Dr. Nur will write down her email in the chat box, so you can communicate with Dr. Nur later. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I'm so sorry if I have any mistake, since it is the first time me as being the moderator. Thank you so much, and have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Argi Afriandi, SPD, as the moderator, and also the amazing speakers in the sessions. So I have a message from Ms. Jessica. Dear all, I will need to get some rest now because of the time difference. You already have my contact. Thank you for your everything. Yes, thank you too to Ms. Jessica, and wish you have a nice resting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next agenda. After this, there will be a quiz for the participants. We will give you a time to prepare yourself, and please be ready, everyone, because the one whose answer will be contacted by the committee for the reward, of course. So then, please take your time to prepare. Thank you. Okay, everyone. To the participants, have you ready? Have you ready for the quiz? Okay. Okay. Before we start it, I will read the rules. Okay. The questions cover general knowledge, and then I will read the questions twice. After that, you can answer. But before you answers, you must use the raising hand feature on that available on your Zoom meeting, and then the committee or me will choose it. Okay, everyone. Okay, to the participant, are you ready for the quizzes? Okay, are you ready, everyone? I can listen to your voice.
Yes, ready.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will start from the questions one. It's easy questions, and I think you will know the answer about these questions. The first is, who's the third president of RI? Who's the third president of RI? Who knows? You can use the raising hand feature that available on your Zoom meeting. Okay, we have Parias here.
Yes.
Okay, please, you can answer.
The third president of RI is Baharudin Yusuf Habibie.
Okay, great. That's a good answer. That's the right answers. Thank you for Parias. The committee, please write the name to contact him.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so for the next questions is, who is the founder of Microsoft? Who is the founder of Microsoft? Okay, who knows? Okay, you have Parias again. Please for another. Okay, we have Andi Jumiati. Okay, okay, for Mr. Andi Jumiati, you can answer, please.
Okay, the founder of Microsoft is Steve Jobs. Thank you.
Steve Jobs, really the committee?
Are you sure, Mrs. Andi?
Okay, maybe we have another answer for the founder of Microsoft, maybe? Okay, I will...
Bill Gates.
Okay, I will choose, okay, for Sister Aisyah Surya. Okay, please.
Yes, me. So the founder of Microsoft is Bill Gates and Paul Allen.
Okay, that's right. That's a good answer. It's the correct answers. Okay, I'm sorry for Miss Andi Jumiati. That's not really. Not is the wrong answers. Okay, the real or the founder of Microsoft is Bill Gates. Okay, thank you for Miss Aisyah Surya and the committee. Please write her name. Okay. So for the next questions is. Okay, please don't raise the hand first, yeah. You can raise your hand after the questions is read. Sister Triwahayuni, please don't use the raising hand first. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next questions is, what is the landmark of America? What is the landmark of America? Okay, who can? Another? Okay. Okay, we have Hasanuddin here. For Hasanuddin, you can answer, please.
Liberty Statue.
Okay, good. That's a real answer. It's a correct answer. Please, the committee, write the name. Okay. So for the next questions is,
Okay, for the next questions is, what is the capital city of Turkey? What is the capital city of Turkey? Okay, we have here Miftah Mariana. Please, time is yours.
Ankara.
Yep, that's a correct answer. Thank you so much for the participation. Okay, for the committee, please write her name, Miftah Mariana. Okay, so this is the last questions in this quiz sessions. Who are the invited speakers who presents in the IUCEE 2022? Who are the invited speakers who presents in the IUCEE 2022? Please raise the hand. This is the last questions. Okay, we have Retno Ayu Cahyaning Tias here. Please, time is yours.
Ma'am Jessica and Ma'am Nuraha.
Okay, that's a correct answer. Thank you so much to Sister Retno. For the committee, please write the name. Okay. Okay, thank you so much to the participants for the participations. The quiz session is over, and now let's move on to the next sessions. But before that, let's give applause first for us for the participation in the quizzes. Yeah, and congratulations to the who answer with the right answers. Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next agenda. Is the last speaker today on panel session 1. These sessions will be led by Miss Nining Anggraini SPD as the moderator. For Miss Nining Anggraini SPD, time is yours.
Well, thank you so much for the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Undergraduate Conference on English Education with the theme The Next EFL Educator, Opportunities and Challenges. I am Nining Anggraini, and it is my honor to be a moderator today, and also my honor to have 3 gorgeous speakers. Let me introduce you the speakers. There are Miss Nur Najiha Saat SPD, and also Miss Ika Suciwati SPD, and the last one is Miss Ratri Nurhidayati MPDBI. Hello, Miss. Can you please unmute your microphone?
Hello, Miss Nining. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hello. Do I have Miss Ika today? And also Miss Najiha?
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, well. Hello, it's nice to see you all.
Nice to see you too, Nining.
Yeah, I hope you are all in a good condition, yeah, even though it's virtually.
Alhamdulillah.
Good. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel 1 session. Today, we will have 3 interesting topics to be discussed, and every speaker will share their ideas around 15 minutes. And the Q&A session, the question and answer session, will be in the end of the presentation. So we have 3 speakers, so we have 3 presentations first, okay. Well, for the first speakers, she is my classmate, and she will be delivered about the next EFL teachers, challenges and strategies in online learning context. She is Miss Nur Najiha Saat, SPD.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. It's
Hello,
nice.
Waalaikumsalam, Najiha.
Waalaikumsalam. Good to see you, Nining. So long time no see.
Yeah, it's a long time, yeah. Well, Miss Najiha Saat is one of the alumni of English Education Department in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. She has awarded in Dean's List majoring in English Education Department. She has also awarded the best video making helped by Dahlan. Congratulations, Najiha.
Ngapain sih gini loh, Bang?
Well, this is the curriculum vitae of Miss Najiha. And now she will talk about the next IEFL teachers, challenges and strategies in online learning context. Ms. Nur Najiha, you have 15 minutes to present your paper and the time is yours.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much for your time, for my time. Okay, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's great to see all of you here today. And it's very an honor for me to be a part of this event. And thank you for inviting me to be one of the speaker. And of course, I am one of the UAD alumni, and I just graduated around 2021 during outbreak of the pandemic. And it's good to see all my teachers here. I hope you guys are doing fine. And so today I'm going to talk about the next Thai IFFL teachers. Wait, I will share you the PowerPoint. By the way, can you hear my voice?
Yep. So clear.
Okay. Yes, of course. It's clear, Najiha.
Okay, wait. Okay. I'm going to share my PPT screen. Okay. Sorry for your time. Sorry, maybe my connection was low. I'm still okay. Can you see my PPT?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Okay.
I can see your
So,
clear.
yes. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about the next Thai EFL teachers challenge and strategies in online learning context, which is this is strictly basic research that I am current doing after I have been invited to be the one of the speakers. So I decided to choose this topic as my to present. Yes. And inshallah it will be easy to understand. Okay, for the next is my research question, which is first of all the introduction. I will give you a quick introduction, which is it has been challenging period of time for Thai EFL teachers as well as all teachers around the world. I cannot deny the fact because English is one of the most important language in communication also. And in Thailand, the global pandemic significantly affects education system, in which the government establishing public policy to shift face-to-face learning in formal classroom into online learning. For example, like we are having right now by doing Zoom meeting, right? As well as same like education too. And challenges are definitely to be considered when I'm implementing my strategies for successfully teaching English or foreign language online. The chain of face-to-face learning inside classroom into online learning outside the classroom has resulted in several consequences. So the sudden alteration of face-to-face to online learning has shocked both teachers and students, since it has not been predicted previously, right? And teachers and students also have to adapt to some changes in their teaching and learning activities, such as use of technology, designing online materials, and accessing student works online. So based on my research, there are a few research questions that I have been thinking to, which is I am focused on two. The first is, what are the dominating challenges that affect EFL teachers in online learning context? So there are three major angle that I'm focused to. The first is challenges in teaching students, challenges in the technical aspect, challenges in the motivational aspect. So for the challenges in the teaching student, there are several factors that I am focusing to, which is the absence of a representative e-learning platform. The two is lack of active verbal participation. And the third is time consuming to prepare online learning materials. So for the first challenge in teaching students, the absence of a representative e-learning platform. Based on the result of my data analysis obtained from semi-structured interviews, all of the respondents state that the school did not have a representative e-learning platform. The school was developing a digital platform to conduct online teaching and learning. However, at the time of my data collection, the development was still ongoing, and the instructor as well as the student were not familiar enough with the platform. So based on my semi-structured interview with the teachers, they said that it's quite difficult for them to attach new online learning with the kids, because I have been studying about primary school. So some of them come from rural areas and do not really know about the technology like online learning like we are having right now. So the teacher use Google Classroom or Google Meet and also Zoom meeting for them to make it a success in online learning, because there are another tool for them that they have been prepared but not finished yet. And the second is lack of active verbal participation. Most English teachers have difficulty in handling students with unclear pronunciation. The process, the most difficult among the challenges teacher face in the handling student, which leads to unsatisfactory and unsuccessful class, because students sometimes come with unpredictable behavior, because like we put us in that situation where we did not understand what the teacher say. So of course we cannot focus with the presentation, right? Or with the learning, right? And also the student become not interested with the class. And the third is challenge in teaching student, time consuming to prepare online learning material. Some of the teachers confess that they encounter difficulties in creating material that suits the learner needs and are easy to learn via online learning setting. Most of the respondents inform that they have to invest a lot of time thinking and designing appropriate material of the online teaching. And for the second challenges is in the technical aspect. We know these were unstable internet connection and limited data. Because I live in the rural areas, not all places have good internet connection. So that's why they are having difficult in this. Internet access and network connection become the primary needs to conduct an online teaching and learning activity. And especially this is experienced by the students who live in rural areas. So they have to face this kind of problem, even though we live in the era of highest of technology, but there's still a problem in this case. And for the third challenges is in motivational aspect. Some students face lack of student motivation and engagement because students could not understand the teacher's instruction, although the instructions were given, even written clearly. It was simply because they do not carefully read and understand the teacher's instruction. They sometimes skip the instruction that have written in bit longer. So that is lack of student motivation and engagement. And based on the research question, which is I focus on the challenge and also with with the strategies itself. For the method in this research, I use descriptive qualitative approach, which is I use only semi-structured teacher interview due to the limited time that I have during the research. And the data was analyzed descriptively in the presentation of the result was in the form of explanation of work. So in my research, I already put what my respondents said in my research to be the to show that this is based on what they said. And my respondent is limited to a total of 6 EFL teachers of primary school in southern province of Narathiwat, Thailand. And for the finding and discussion, the most representative quote from the participant response semi-structured interview are present to support the description of the finding. By the way, before that, I'm sure that we as a teachers having the same challenges, right, during the first outbreak of the pandemic, and I'm right? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure that all of us have faced the same, not only in the education field, but also in job, right? Sometimes job also we have to interview through online, right? Okay.
Yes.
For the challenges, like I said just now, there are 3 main focus point, and based on the 3, there are points that I made it clear, which is the absence of representative e-learning platform, lack of active verbal participation, time consuming to prepare online learning materials, and for the challenges in technical aspect, unstable internet connection and limited quota, and the challenges in motivational aspect is lack of students' motivation and engagement, especially for the primary students. So based on the challenges that I study, there are possible strategies or remedial to the challenges that EFL teachers experience in teaching English online, to be done by both teachers and school, as well as the student participation, which is the
I'm
first
sorry
is,
to interrupt. I'm
yes.
sorry, Najiha. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. Your time is 1 minute left, so please can you? Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
of course. Okay, there are 3 main points for the strategies. Is first is needs for professional development and training, which is the school need to conduct more proper training on teachers' teaching skill. And the second is design a specific module for English online learning activities, which is this will depend on the objective of the learning, and maybe innovative teaching tools and material can be given to the students. And the third is designing effective and interactive online activities. For example, like concept mapping or an interactive learning object. Or teacher can put participation marks or small grade engaging in an online learning activities. So due to the time limitation, I will straight to the conclusion. The result revealed that the absence of e-learning platform and lack of students' motivation and engagement and lack of active verbal participation among students become the primary challenges teaching English in online learning context. Additionally, the respondents felt that internet connection also become the challenge for the online teaching, and as well as the strategies used to neutralize the challenges that's faced by EFL teachers in online learning experience, as I already mentioned in the finding, because this is to benefit both the teachers and the student in order to make it success, because I believe that this pandemic will not end very soon. maybe we don't know what will happen next. So we will still have to upgrade our step in online teaching, especially for teachers. Yeah. And I think that's all for my paper. Is there any question, or is there anything that you don't understand? Maybe you can ask me, or I will, due to the time limitation, I will answer it later. Yeah. So thank you for listening. And actually, it's recommended that further research should be undertaken to understand the teacher's view and experience toward online English language teaching during this pandemic. Okay, thank you. I will back to the moderator.
Well,
Nini.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Ms. Najiha. Please give applause for Ms. Najiha, everyone. Well, we move to the next speaker. I would like to invite the second speaker, Ms. Ika Suciwati, SPD. Hello, Ms. Ika.
Hi, good afternoon, Nining.
Yeah, hello. Ms. Ika is also one of the alumni of English Education Department in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan and has a lot of experiences as I'm gonna read it for you guys. She is now an IELTS instructor. She is now an IELTS instructor of AU Institute and also was an English teacher and also was a coordinator of English mentoring program of English Education Department. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. In 2018, she was the youngest presenter in the 9th International Conference on Language, Innovation, Culture, and Education with the title of her paper, Pre-Services Teachers' Perceptions on When English Rings a Bell, issued by the Ministry of Education of the Republic of Indonesia. And also in 2019, she was one of Indonesian delegates for World Universities Debating Championship in Thailand. Wow, such a great achievement, Ms. Ika.
Thank you very much.
And now she will present her paper entitled An Analysis of Student Speaking Anxiety, a case study of Thailand students in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, another Thailand case study. So please, Ms. Ika, you have 10 minutes and the time is yours.
Well, thank you very much for the time, Nining, and good afternoon, everyone. It's still afternoon time in Melbourne as well. So my name is Ika Suciwati, as has been introduced by the moderator. And just like Najiha, I am one of the alumni of the English Education Department of Ahmad Dahlan University. And currently, I am still in the first semester of Master of TESOL in one of my dream university, to be honest, in Monash University, Australia. It's such an honor to be here as one of the presenter and meet with my amazing lecturers back then and still are. So yeah, today I will present one of my unpublished paper. It's about an analysis of student speaking anxiety, a case study of Thailand students in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan. Can you see the slide?
Yes, it's clear.
We can see it clearly.
Okay, so yeah. Well, back then, when I was still in the undergraduate study, I was engaged with some of the international students. Some of them are from Thailand because our university, Ahmad Dahlan University, they have like a collaborative scholarship offered for the Thailand Muslims graduates. So they can study in Ahmad Dahlan University and also in any Muhammadiyah university. So yeah, during that time, I found that I saw that my Thailand students are very reluctant, like they were very reluctant to speak in the classroom. For example, to participate in the discussions, for example, they were very shy. But when I saw them outside of the class, they are very lively, like they chat to each other comfortably. And it felt like I was seeing like different person. So that's why I was curious and I want to find out what makes them super shy in the classroom, but outside of the classroom, they can be super lively. They are super interactive as well. So yeah, These are the objective of my study. There are 3 comprehensive questions. The first one is to find out the factors causing English-speaking anxiety for Thailand students, especially in the EFL classroom. Secondly, I was wondering what type of anxiety that they face. And lastly, are there any strategies or coping mechanism that they have implemented in order to cope with their feeling of anxiety to speak English in the EFL classroom? These are the review of the related research. I will not explain like everything, but you guys maybe can take a picture and read it online, because these are very comprehensive publications as well. For example, in the first publication by Aka Kosan in 2006, the research was conducted to more than 200 Thailand students in the conversation class, and it found that most of them have speaking anxiety in the classroom, in the conversation classroom. For example, in the next publication as well, by Herwanto, it's in Jember University, in the third one, I mean. So it's pretty interesting that he found out the most provoking factors of anxiety, of speaking anxiety, are can be like presentations, and then the strict formal classroom setting, for example, and also regarding to their gender. So it's pretty interesting. You can find out and read it. Well, in the theoretical framework, I did explain several important sub-themes. For example, nature of speaking that we have already known. That, for example, here, Brown stated that there are 5 main components of speaking. The first one is comprehension, and then grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, and fluency. So these skills are integrated to one another. And in order to be a great public speaker, for example, you need to have these at least like 5 skills. And second of all, regarding the definition of type of anxiety, actually, the definition of anxiety has developed over the time. Back then, Hilgard and Atkinson, they defined anxiety as a vague fear that is only associated with an object. But this definition has evolved. And then Sabrina stated that language anxiety is a complicated psychological state associated with negative feelings, attitudes, and beliefs of human beings. So it's not only related to object, but it can also like coming from your perceptions and suddenly negatively affect your psychological state. And lastly, here, I also use this as a theory, which is from Mariah. She claims that there are 4 kinds of anxiety. Firstly, it's trait anxiety, and then situation-specific anxiety. There's also state anxiety and facilitative. And lastly, deliberative anxiety that will further be explained in my findings. What makes this research important is because, interestingly, even though we thought that anxiety is just like a small mental state, for example, we feel normal, we feel nervous, and nervous is normal sometimes. But unfortunately, the feeling of anxiety can have a cyclical relationship with our cognitions and also behavior. So although you think that, okay, I feel nervous in classroom, but it's just normal psychological state, for example. But no, it will also affect the way you perceive the knowledge in the classroom. It will hinder you to absorb the knowledge maximally. And lastly, it will also affect your behavior. For example, you will refuse to participate in the discussion. You will, for example, refuse to present in the classroom, in front of the classroom, for example. So it's very necessary, and it's very dangerous for the students itself, especially when you're studying in English education department, which means that in the future you want to be a teacher, right? So I also explained regarding the language learning activities in the EFL classroom, also regarding the factors causing speaking anxiety. Here, I use 3 basic research or 3 basic theory. Firstly is regarding cognitive and linguistic factors related to classroom procedures. For example, strict and formal classroom setting, presentation in classroom, fear of making mistake, linguistic difficulties, for example. And then secondly, factor associated with student self-concept. It's correlated to their perceptions and also their belief about language learning. For example, their perception that I think I will fail, I think I will never succeed in this skill, for example. So it also affects the way they perceive, it also affects their mental state, and they're reluctant to participate in the classroom as well. But this is not the findings, you can read it. And yeah, strategies to cope with the speaking anxiety, there are a lot of strategies, but I will directly jump to the discussions and the findings. So what are actually the factors that provoking anxiety in Thailand students, for Thailand students? Secondly, their type of anxiety, and lastly, their coping mechanisms. But before that, my research is categorized as a descriptive qualitative research. I did observe in their classroom, and then I also done a face-to-face interview with the target itself, the subjects, and also with their lecturers. And yeah, there were 8 students as my subject. Najiha, the previous speaker, was also one of the subjects in my research. So thank you very much, Najiha, for helping me out back then. Yeah. So come to, I think it's the most interesting part of the presentation, which is the research finding and discussion. The first question is regarding the factors. So I found out that actually one Thailand student can have more than one speaking provoking factor. So this is not only like one factor. For example, these students feel that, oh, okay, I'm afraid of presentation in the classroom. But one student can feel more than one provoking factors. For example, here, the first provoking factor is regarding their cognitive and linguistic factors related to the classroom procedures. One student stated that strict and formal classroom environment make them anxious. For example, as a lecturer, we tend to call them out one by one. For example, Nining, can you answer this question? So in fact, it makes them anxious in comparison to when they are voluntarily want to answer the question. For example, they raise their hand and then want to answer the question. It doesn't make them anxious, right? But when we call them out, they will feel anxious. So yeah, one of the students stated so. And interestingly, 3 of them stated that presentation in the classroom is very anxiety provoking. So I'm afraid to present in the classroom because they will become the center of the attention, right? So people will look at them and suddenly, okay, I am the center of this classroom, for example. So 3 of them stated that they are afraid to present in the classroom. It's also related to the anxiety to present the classroom. They are afraid of making mistakes. So they say that if I answer the question, I am afraid that I will make mistakes. How if they think that I am stupid, for example? So this is also one of the linguistic, cognitive and linguistic factors related to the classroom procedures as well. And lastly, about linguistic difficulties, 5 of them consider that they have linguistic difficulties. So it is related to vocabulary. 3 of them have like vocabulary difficulties. For example, they couldn't come up with right word to explain their answer, for example. Secondly, regarding the pronunciations, they are afraid that their pronunciation will be different or will be not on point, for example. And lastly, regarding the grammar, it's actually supported by my classroom observation when I saw when 2 of Thailand students back then, they were presenting in front of the classroom. I saw broken sentences when they speak. So it indicates that, yeah, they did have linguistic difficulties, especially regarding the vocabulary and also grammar. So grammatical error are everywhere back then. That's why they feel anxious. So this is the first one. Secondly,
Mbak Ika,
yeah.
please, sorry to interrupt. Your time is 1 minute left.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, second of all is regarding the socio-cultural factors. They say that they have limited exposure to English back then because some of them didn't want to study English. Back then, maybe they have like different dream. Like one of them stated that I want to engage in Faculty of Health, but I didn't get it, for example. So this is related to their exposure. And they also stated that sometimes they could not interact in English with their classmates because the classroom settings is not that supportive. Like some lecturers will not fully using English in the classroom, and some of their peers are also feeling anxious to interact in English. So that's why they have limited exposure. And interestingly, based on the findings, I found that this anxiety is classified into situation-specific anxiety because they do not feel anxious all the time. So it's only like in certain specific situations. That's why it's considered as a situation-specific anxiety. But lastly, about their coping mechanism, there are several coping mechanisms. The first one is two of them use positive self-talk. For example, well, I can do it, no problem. There's no one here, for example. Secondly, encouraging themselves to take a risk in language learning. It's very important. They also use relaxation technique, especially before going to the presentation. And lastly, and most importantly, is the prior preparation. So before the presentation, for example, they will prepare for the materials. They will have enough preparation so they do not feel anxious at the end of the day in the classroom. Well, yeah, that's all of the findings. Maybe I will just jump to the suggestions. I have several suggestions for Thailand students. I think you need to be aware of the signal of anxiety that you have and understand how to cope with the problem. So yeah, especially when you want to be a teacher, it's like, I think that it's not right when you do not have opportunity to maximally explore your speaking ability in the classroom. And this is for English lecturers, especially in Ahmad University. I think you need to apply appropriate approach, and maybe you can also do need analysis to understand how to interact with this type of students, and also to create fun classroom environment so they do not feel that much pressure to interact in the classroom. So yeah, that's basically it. That's the result of my research. Thank you very much for listening, and might it be any questions you can ask after Ms. Ratri present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mbak Ika. Please give applause for Mbak Ika. Well, last but not least, here is the third speaker. Please welcome Ms. Ratri Nurhidayati, MPDBI. Well, Ms. Ratri Nurhidayati is an academic staff in Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Yogyakarta in Indonesia. She has been teaching in English education study program since 2015 and graduated her master degree from Universitas Ahmad Dahlan in 2013. Now she is taking her doctoral degree in Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Her research interest includes teaching English pronunciation skills, materials development, teaching English to young learners, and teachers' professional development. And now she will be delivered her paper entitled Teachers' Professional Development to Promote Personalized Learning. Please welcome Ms. Ratri. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nining. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, of course, Miss.
All right, and then let me share my screen. Can you see my screen on yours?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, the honorable all of the speakers and also presenters and also the participants. Today, it is an honor for me to express or to deliver my paper. It is actually conceptual paper entitled Teachers' Professional Development to Promote Personalized Learning. Well, let me, mention three specific terms that they are future teachers, future learners, and also future classroom. As a future teachers, we as the teacher will meet or will communicate with the future learners, which is far different with our students right now, because the future learners will have different situation, will have different characteristics. And then we will have the future learners. The future learners will also different in the characteristic and also in their development. As we can see that right now we have Z generation and also strawberry generation. That is why we need to know their characteristic, so that we will have the specific or the appropriate method and also material to teach to them. whether the classroom, the future classroom, according to McKinsey in 2017, it should be have comfortable space, and then advanced technologies, convenient operation, rich resources, real-time interaction, and also flexible teaching modes. Well, in the future situation, we will face the VUCNA, V for volatility, U for uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Okay, volatility is the challenge in unexpected or unstable and maybe of unknown duration. So for example, prices fluctuated after a natural disaster, or we know that right now the price of K station is rising because of the invasion from Russia to Ukraine. And then uncertainty is lack of other information. So for example, a competitor spending product launch movies to the future. And also the complexity is the situation which has many interconnected parts and variables. So for example, we are doing business in many countries, and then we need to take into account the several components like regulatory environment, tariffs, cultural values, etc. And the last one is ambiguity. It is unclear situation. Yeah, we face unknowns, so many unknown. For example, we decide to move into immature or emerging markets. For example, we as the educator, we will raise our business in food or beverage. So we need to do several experiments and also practice. How we face the VUCA, we also another VUCA, V for vision, that is clarify purpose, focus on desire, and set the strategy. And then understanding is question and listen, dialogue before deciding. It will be related to the personalized learning, which we need to communicate with the learners, the student, or we need to listen their voice. And then C for clarity. It is engaging with others to make sense of what is likely occurring, utilizing multiple perspectives to frame a likely story. And the last one is agility. It is rapidly prototype a possible solution, experiment, reflect, and synthesize. Okay, well, we can see that will be this future condition that we will face. We don't know who or what will we communicate to. So for example, we will communicate with the artificial intelligence. We will closely communicate with Internet of Things, virtuality, and so on. And this is the basic skills of the 21st century. The basic is literacy, numeracy, financial, cultural, etc. And the personal skill is related to so many skills like complex problem solving, analytical thinking. And where do we get those skills? Can the learners get those skills from the classroom? Well, we have limited time in the classroom. So it is our role as the teacher, as the future teacher, or as the next educator to, build this skill, or to make the students learn how to acquire, how to grasp these skills with their own path. Okay. Well, as the teacher roles right now, we can see that the teacher as the teacher itself, as the mentor, and then as the navigator, and also as the, counselor. However, in the future, the teacher roles may be developed into these roles, like business analyst, curriculum animator and developer, project-based learning specialist, and also social emotional leader. So it is not only the cognitive aspect or academic aspect that we take into account, but also the other aspect like social and also psychological aspect of the students. It can be the teacher as the capacity builder of the students. Here is the transformation of the learning. I'm so sorry for the mixed language here because I just took from the Leaders of Learning in 2019. The transformation is number one, the sources of learning are everywhere because of the development of the technology. So we can take or we can get the source of learning from any source of information. And then teachers are everywhere because we do not only learn by the teacher in the classroom, but the student can also learn from the expert, from the practitioner, and even from the AI or artificial intelligence. And then learning is going to become much more individualized and personalized as the development of the technology and also information and the knowledge. So the learner, the students will find their own characters, will find their own interests, will find their own passion. That is why they will focus on their passion. So we cannot generalize all of our learners in our classroom because their own characters. And then next is networks are the new classroom. Yeah, the classroom is not only the classroom itself, but also the learners will meet another person who has the same passion. They will meet another person who has the same interest. And this will make a new classroom for them. And learning will occur everywhere. It is not only in the house or in the buildings of the school, but we can learn from anywhere. We can see that several students mostly tend to conduct their online learning from the cafe, from the working space, or from the angkringan, or from the warmindo. And working space is rising as a new business right now. Here we have three pictures, three persons. In the first person, we got that he learns from his laptop, so maybe he can learn from digital source. And the second person, she reads a book, so maybe she is a conventional student or audio student, so that she can grasp the material if she touched the book, she touched the material, and she can highlight the important using the highlighter. And the last one, we can see that there is no textbook, there is no laptop. Maybe he can learn from audio or audiovisual, or from another mode of learning than the previous two. It is related to the personalized learning that the learners has its own characters and has its own styles in learning. That is why, as a teacher, we need to facilitate, to accommodate their styles. According to Patrick in 2013, personalized learning contains two ideas, that is customization and student control. Customization means that the learner need to tailor and customize the learning experience to the individual student's need and interest. And the student control will give the students some element of control over their own learning experience. So the students will give authority to control their learning. And according to Center for Innovation in Learning, well, in America, they mention personalized learning as innovation in learning. State the personalized learning means understand the person of the learner through relationships, engagement, and personal competencies. Relationship here means that the teacher needs to have a relation with the student itself and also the families, so that the teacher will have a comprehensive information about the learners and also the background of the learners. And then engagement here means that the teacher needs to communicate with the students' interests, students' voices. And the last, personal competencies, that the teacher will accommodate the competence, each competence of the teacher. The competence of the learner. We cannot generalize the competencies of the students. Yeah. Okay, and here is the requirements for personalized learning. Their competency based. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times?
So sorry, 1 minute left, Miss.
Okay. Yeah. There are 6 requirement for the personalized learning. That is technology, personal learning path, flexible learning environments, mean for multiple instruction, yeah, for facilitating the varied teachers, and then learners profile, personal connection, that is for the network. Yeah, this is the requirement for personalized learning. And then we mentioned competency here. Competencies in education, according to ranking in 2018, there are 5, that is personal, cognitive, metacognitive, motivational, and social. We compare to the competencies in Indonesia that we have 4: pedagogic, personal, and social, and also professional. Now we cope or we modify the 2 competence. And then here is the strategies in achieving personalized learning. According to Chewit, it can be platform for English in school. And then according to Kim et al., he proposed e-learning system. And then Kong and Song proposed in-service teacher to bring their own devices as personalized learning hub. So they need to reflect their teaching and learning. And then here is the effect. There are several advantages of personalized learning to the students. The student can set their own target and then allow them to understand their progress, and then offering chances to have learning flexibility in terms of time and place, and also promoting student self-motivation and self-regulation. Though we have proposed several strengths of the personalized learning, we also have the problems related to personalized learning. They are limited technological literacy from the students and also teachers as well. And then the privacy issues in making use of learners' information. It is related to the ethical, yeah. And then the last is difficulties and cost for authoring diverse materials, because we need to make a comprehensive materials due to the various of students' characters and styles. And then this is the professional development location. It is in the middle of between the professional development itself and then school improvement and also educational change, including educational policy from the government. So when we want to have, when we want to develop our professional, we need to consider the school improvement and also the policy. And then this is the 5 P's of professional development. We have proposed personalization of the teachers, and then priority, because as the teachers, we have sometimes overwhelmed with the daily activities. So we need to prioritize this development. And also patient, we need to know our patient to reach our goal, and also professional learning community. We need to have such a community which boosts our academics achievement, not only social situation. Here, the competence that the teachers should have. The first is cognitive competence related to professional competence in Indonesia, and then digital literacy, as we will meet the digital native in the future. And then metacognitive competence, it is related to the self-directive learning. And then social and emotional competence, it is related to the psychological aspects of the students and also the motivational competence of the students. Okay, I think that's all from me, Mbak Nining. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ratri, and thank you for Ms. Ika and also Ms. Najiha. Now it is time for question and answer session. We already have one question from Mr. Hasanuddin from UNAMIN. I think this question is for Mbak Ika, ya. I will read the question first. Mbak Ika, you can answer the question after this, ya, Mbak. The question is, have you made a comparison with the study who have been done in Indonesia learners? If so, did they, Thailand learners and Indonesia learners, have similar problems in speaking anxiety? Yeah, that's the question, Mbak Ika. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hasanuddin, for the question. Actually, in my research, the subject is exclusively to Thailand students. I didn't make any comparisons. However, I did provide several related research. And actually, regarding speaking anxiety, it's a common issue. So not only among Thailand students, but it's generally a foreign language speaking anxiety. And it can be happen in Indonesian students, Malaysian students, for example, even Thailand students. It's interesting that in the previous research as well, they found that in Indonesia, especially in Jember University, most of the speaking anxiety provoking factors are actually related. For example, fear of making mistakes, and then presentations in the classroom, for example, and also strict and formal classroom settings. So actually, the most of the speaking anxiety-provoking factors are correlated within one another. However, when I did this research, I actually have a little bit expectations because the setting is exclusive to Thailand students who study abroad, which is in Indonesia. So maybe I will find like kind of like interesting findings, like different findings specifically regarding their social background from Thailand, for example. But actually, no. So the only differentiations, if I compare with the previous research that I stated in my publications, in my research, it's actually regarding the social exposure, but it's not necessarily their social exposure in Thailand, but it's more related to in the classroom setting. For example, some lecturers do not fully engage in English. Some of their friends also do not really use English in the classroom. So yeah, it's most of the time the finding is related with the speaking anxiety faced by Indonesian students. I hope it answers your question.
Yeah, thank you for Mr. Hasanuddin and also Mbak Ika. Well, I think we have limited time, so it is the end of our panel session today. Thank you for the insightful presentations from all speakers. Let's give big applause for all speakers today.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see you later on the next conference, maybe. Yeah. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your great attention to join the presentation. I'll give it the time to the MC. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. Thank you so much for Ms. Nining Anggraini SPD as the moderator and to all the amazing speakers in the sessions. And now we would like to show you the certificates of the speakers. It's like for the appreciation from us. So to the operator, time is yours. Okay, this certificate to Ms. Nur Najihah SAD SPD. Okay, please give round of applause. So the next certificate is to Ms. Ika Suciwati SPD. Okay, please give applause. The next certificate is to Ms. Latri Nur Hidayati MPDBI. Please give round of applause. Okay, so the next certificate is enough. Okay, thank you for the operator. So, ladies and gentlemen, after hearing all the interesting explanation from our speakers, we've come to the end of our event today. Before closing the event, let's take a picture for the documentation sessions. For the operator, please take your time. Okay, everyone, please turn your camera on or open your camera. Okay, operator, are you ready? Okay, I will count it to 3. 1, 2, 3. Smile, please. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Keep smile. Okay, thank you for the operator. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Suci Mawadah, representing all of the committees. I would like to say thank you so much for your participations. And let's close our event today by reciting Hamdalah together. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. I remind all participants to fill in attendance for today's sessions. I also remind to the presenters and facilitators that we have a parallel session at 1 p.m. WIB. Please enter the room and its sessions according to the division that we have sent via email. Thank you so much. See you in the next sessions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Udah minta sampai ini sih. Tanya aja.